Good evening and welcome to the special council meeting for Monday, March 2nd, 2026. Please rise for the playing of the national anthem and a moment of reflection.
Oh, Canada.
Please be seated. And this time, I will look to Councillor Mako to read the land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor. The land on which Council meets today is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabeg, Attawadarronk, and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation peoples, many of whom continue to live and work here today. This territory is covered by the Upper Canada Treaties and is within the land protected by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement. Today, this gathering places home to many Indigenous peoples made up of First Nation, Inuit, and Métis. The Dish with One Spoon Wampum Agreement should remind us of our responsibility to ensure the Dish, the territories on which we live and work, is never emptied, and that we take care of the land and its inhabitants in a way that ensures its future sustainability.
Thank you, Councillor. Welcome, everybody. We won't have a normal mayor's report this evening. However, I did just want to explain there are a couple of missing seats today, and I did want to explain. Councillor Kushner is online, so he is zooming in as a part of the meeting today. Councillor McPherson will be joining us in a few minutes. She is in the midst of travel to an FCM conference, and so she will be zooming in as well. And Councillor Phillips had a pre-existing trip, and because this meeting was put on outside of our normal schedule, he wasn't able to rearrange that trip. So that's the reason for folks not being able to be here this evening. Adoption of the agenda. I know Councillor Harris has advised that he will be requesting to suspend the rules to allow an additional delegate, David Good, to speak. To do that, we require a 2/3 vote in favor. With that said, we want to make sure that anybody who has come this evening that would like an opportunity to speak is able to do so. And so I'm asking, is there anybody else who wishes to be added to the delegate list who has not already registered with the clerk's office? I ask because once we adopt the agenda, we won't be able to add any more names. We have Mr. Good right now. Is there anybody else who is present? Can I ask what's the name, sir? Henry Bosch. Henry Bosch, okay. Is there anybody else? Yes. Ellen Twig? Twig, okay, Ellen Twig. Is there anybody else in attendance who would like to add their name to the delegate list? Yes. Penny Higginson. Okay. I'm gonna ask one last time. So was that 4 additional names? Brianne, could you go to the overflow room and just see if there's anybody else? So we're just gonna take a pause for a moment. Actually, Mr. Oakes will head over. So we're going to pause for a moment. We want to make sure anybody who does want to get their names on the speakers list has that opportunity at this time. So we'll just pause. Ada Storin. Okay, so we'll be adding council. This is for you. We will be adding David Good, Henry Bosch, Ellen Twigg, Penny Dickinson, and Ada Storin to the list. So it's an additional 5 names. And so the motion is that council allowed the delegations named to speak to item 3.1 in accordance with procedural bylaw 2021-124, section D1.3. Can I have a motion to add the delegate to the agenda? Councillor Harris. Can I have a seconder? Councillor Townsend. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So those speakers will be added to the list at the end of the list. The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council's Sugar Sync folder and will be part of the council correspondence listing for March 5th, which is found on the city's website. Correspondence from residents regarding regional governance reform discussion, and additional correspondence from residents regarding regional governance reform discussion. Can I have a motion to adopt the agenda now as amended? Councillor Lindell, seconded by Councillor Mako. All those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? This would be an odd topic to have a pecuniary interest in. All right, what would? Declaration to all presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represent the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. At this time, we're just going to go over some of the rules. This is not a normal council meeting, and so things are being done a little bit differently this evening. I want to remind everybody that presenters have 5 minutes to speak. I have a bell. If you reach the 5 minutes, I will tap the bell, and that will give you 30 seconds of overflow time so that you can conclude your thoughts. We have now, I believe, 26 individuals registered to speak tonight. So as such, I felt it was important to have a bit of a reminder of some of the rules for council meetings. We will go through the speakers in the order that they registered. So this is based on people on the website, emails, phone calls, and then this evening, the additional names. I will call each speaker when it is their turn, and I will announce the next speaker. So if the next speaker, after the person who's coming up to the lectern, is in the overflow room, then they can make their way to the council chambers to be able to be ready to come up to the mic. As I said, all speakers will be limited to 5 minutes. For the speakers, there is a timer in front of you, so you don't have to guess. There is a timer right on the lectern at the podium. I will ring a bell if you get to the 5-minute mark, and you're asked to wrap up your comments within 30 seconds. At that point, you will have to end your comments. You're always welcome to provide any additional comments you may have to members of council directly after the meeting, to the regional chair, or to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. All of our delegations should pertain to the item on the agenda, which is regional governance reform. Following your delegation, councilors are allowed to ask questions, but shall not make statements or enter into debate with the speakers. This one's for the councilors. You may hear something that you disagree with, but this is not the time for debate with individual speakers. But if you do have questions, please take the time to ask them. Councilors, also please ensure your questions relate to the content of the delegation. Tonight's council meeting is about listening to the public. I know many people have questions about what has happened to date and what is going to happen in the future, but myself, city councilors, and city staff are not necessarily equipped to be able to provide any answers. In almost all cases, those questions would have to probably be best addressed to the regional chair or to the province. So I would encourage those of you who do have questions of that sort to reach out to the appropriate contact. And then finally, there is no clapping or booing or cheering in council chambers. There may be somebody who comes up to the lectern and provides comments which you agree with, and I know the urge is to applaud them, but there may be some in the council chamber who feel intimidated by that, who are on the opposite side, and vice versa. And so we ask that I'm asking for everyone's cooperation on that to ensure that we can continue in the meeting in an efficient and respectful manner. With that said, we will now move on to item 3.1, Regional Governance Reform Discussion. Prior to discussion on regional governance reform, we will hear delegations from members of the public. And as I said, the order of the speakers list was determined by the date and time each request was received. So at this time, I will call upon Saleh Waziruddin to speak by Zoom.
Mayor and councilors, can you see me?
We can, yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Mayor and councilors, I'm Saleh here. The tax going up is one of the main reasons for amalgamation. As some have already pointed out, taxes go up is probably being given to municipalities without money, which is a federal provincial levels. Amalgamation, that the same work will be done with amalgamation before, and the work will need to manage. If anything, government means more layers of managers, even salaries of top managing more. State of Ontario amalgamation ranging Fraser to Moncton have found not even one case where taxes went down from amalgamation.
Mr. Waziruddin, I'm just going to jump in. I'm going to ask, your audio is coming through very choppy. We're going to restart your time because it's been a little bit hard to hear you in the chamber. I'm going to ask you to turn your video off because that might improve the quality of your audio.
Okay, moment. Is that better?
That is much better. Yeah, so if you want to restart, we're going to restart your time, okay?
Thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry for the problems there. Mayor and councilors, I'm Saleh Waziruddin. Taxes going up is given as one of the main reasons for amalgamation. As some of you have already pointed out, taxes going up is because problems are being given to municipalities to solve without the money, which is at the federal and provincial levels. Amalgamation won't change that. The same work will need to be done with amalgamation as before, and that work still needs to be managed. If anything, bigger government means more layers of managers with even bigger salaries at the top for managing more. Studies of Ontario amalgamations, ranging from the Fraser Institute to the Monk School, have found not even one case where taxes went down from amalgamation. They didn't just go up, but went up a lot everywhere, except for one case where they held the line. They still had increased taxes, but not by that much. But their debt ballooned, so it's the same problem. Another reason given by the regional chair at his State of the Region address is it makes it easier for developers to file fewer applications or deal with fewer rules. I think that's who this is really for. We should be able to decide in development in our own areas and have different rules from those across the peninsula or down the lake. It's taking the little power and control we have away from us in favor of developers. When there are more councillors and more representatives, our voices count more. Organized people have more power. When there are fewer officials, organized money has more power because it can focus on lobbying fewer people. Amalgamation waters down our votes, but doesn't water down developers' millions. It amplifies it. Amalgamation is being done by surprise with minimal consultation by someone who's barely elected in the first place and not elected but appointed as regional chair. And this shows how what's happening makes a far side of democracy and representation. It's being shoved down our throats, and most of us don't like the sour taste of the dictatorial way this is being done. This came up nearly 10 years ago when council defeated a plan for double duty councillors, which is related to amalgamation because it made the same point about having too many elected representatives of us. It was Councillor Phillips who said then, if it isn't going to save citizens any money, why would they reduce representation? It's as true today as it was 10 years ago. We elected you to use your voice. Please use it to send a message loud and clear that we don't want amalgamation. It won't save money. It'll water down our voices and is being rammed through so carelessly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Waziruddin. Are there any questions from members of council? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I will call upon Jeff Hurst to speak, and I would ask Anne-Marie Zamet to be prepared to go next. Mr. Hurst, the lectern is yours.
All right, well, good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and to those in the gallery. For those who don't know me, my name is Jeff Hurst. I'm the chair of the Hague Neighbours Association. And last week, I attended the Committee of the Whole meeting at the region regarding amalgamation. What a show. While I was disappointed that our city's mayor didn't have a word to say that whole evening, it was an incredible relief to see due process triumph over what has been frankly a reckless push by Chair Gale towards amalgamation without much evidence supporting it. But I don't think we're out of the woods on forced amalgamation just yet. If there's one consistent trait in our premier, it's that he'll walk back just about anything he says. So when he says he'll leave this up to Niagara, I trust him about as far as I can throw him. That's why I think a strong public voice is incredibly important in this conversation, and I'm thankful for all the councillors who advocated for residents to have their say. In the context of amalgamation in St. Catharines, I think we need to tread very carefully. Adding wide open spaces to build housing, for example, might sound tempting, but let's be real. St. Catharines needs a boundary expansion about as much as we needed Private Watson on the front lawn. Hamilton didn't need an urban boundary expansion. They declined to expand theirs twice, in 2021 and 2025. But that didn't stop them from adding $2 billion in construction value 3 out of the past 5 years. And before I get the gotcha questions about Hamilton being amalgamated, that was with a 68% intensification rate as of 2024. So most of that development action is happening within the city's developed urban core, not in those outlying previously amalgamated areas. Like we have been, they're building up, not out, and we need to stay focused on that, especially in this era of pressure to waive fees for development charges. Consider the case that we absorb rural land in Thorold. In a couple of years, are we going to find ourselves on the hook for a hefty bill to put infrastructure and utility lines out to these outlying urban sprawl neighborhoods that are built where houses are prices that nobody can afford? How would we manage with more roads to plow, potholes to fill, and a more thinly spread tax base to support it all? Where's the data to suggest this benefits us? Because I've seen the data that suggests otherwise. I'm not going to get into the studies that have been quoted to death in the past week from the Fraser Institute and the Munk School of Global Affairs that point to property taxes increasing and service levels decreasing after amalgamation. These are questions I just don't think we can afford to take chances on. So I don't support amalgamation. Ideally, neighbors don't swallow neighbors, and local democracy is upheld in all 12 cities in Niagara. That being said, I think there is a case for some simplification. Take regional roads, for instance. I take my life into my hands every single day by riding a bike on them. Most of them are not safe. So I'd have zero qualms with making Welland Avenue, for instance, a city road so that we can act fast and make it safe for all road users. St. Catharines has an active transportation master plan. The region doesn't. That makes sense. But as for what governance reform looks like as a whole, I wouldn't claim to know. And with the information that's available to us right now, I don't think anyone in this room could say what the right answer is. And truthfully, it may not matter. It's all well and good to spitball ideas, but really it's all just wishful thinking until we address the dark cloud hanging over this entire conversation. The provincial government is starving Niagara. Decades of cost downloading onto the backs of residents has pushed us to the breaking point. Cities need a new cost-sharing deal, period. Tax hikes, deficits, and service cuts are certain to continue without one. So we can talk about reform, but we need to be clear-eyed about the results we're actually expecting from it. We've got an out-of-control police budget, spiking homelessness, and our critical infrastructure is failing. These problems are not and have not been within the power of 12, 4, or 1 city to solve alone. There is no silver bullet. The province needs to step up to the plate in a meaningful way, and if it's not happening now, we would be foolish to expect it after amalgamation. Regardless, I do think this is a worthwhile conversation to have, and again, I'm glad to see the public is being consulted. Whatever happens with governance reform, we need to be as inclusive as we are realistic about the process. That doesn't involve blaming local democracy or looking for fast and unproven solutions. It does mean ongoing dialogue with all of us, residents. It means nonstop advocacy for the Niagara New Deal we've long deserved from the province of Ontario. And above all, it means respecting all 12 communities in Niagara in pursuing what's best for their future.
Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Anne-Marie Zamet to speak, and I would ask Vicki Lynn Smith to prepare to be the next speaker. Ms. Zamet, the lectern is yours.
Good evening. Thank you for holding this special meeting of council so residents can speak to the blind side regarding the proposed amalgamation of Niagara. In case I run out of time, I am totally against forced amalgamation, and this is all a power grab to dilute democracy and allow developers to profit off the land in Niagara. I want to begin by reading a few quotes from Mayor Cisco's campaign website circa 2022. Hi, I'm Matt Cisco. I want to be our mayor. On Monday, October 24th, 2022, St. Catharines will make an important choice about our city's future. With your vote, we can make life more affordable, our community more accessible, and all levels of government more accountable. The AAA approach: affordability, accessibility, and accountability. What can we do to make all levels of government and our representatives more accountable to the people and businesses we represent? I have always remained grounded by your trust in me. I will work to keep earning that trust as our mayor. As our mayor, I will work with like-minded mayors across Niagara to strike a shared services working group to identify and exploit opportunities for cost-saving partnerships. So those were the mayor's words, his platform, that he used to gain the trust of voters like me. I cast my ballot and I trusted that he would lead with our collective best interests. While constituents extend a level of trust, mayors cannot operate in a vacuum and make unilateral decisions such as amalgamation. At the regional council meeting this past Thursday that I attended, one mayor said it's ridiculous to keep having to go back to the citizens to consult on things, especially things that will unquestionably reshape the entire region for generations. How silly for us common plebs to think we should be able to provide input. Mayor Cisco's appearance on CHCH Morning Live on February 20th was where he stated, "I think that a four-city model is what makes sense, and I've had these conversations with Chair Gale over the last couple of months." Well, that is interesting to say the least, given that these conversations have gone on for months, and that Gale has only been the chair since December the 18th. So now I'm just going to take a stab at what has actually happened since Chair Jim Bradley's passing in September. The developer puppet masters finally got their window of opportunity and instructed the premier to handpick and install an ally as the new regional chair. Talks around how the Niagara land pie would be divided went on behind closed doors, and promises were made to the mayors who would lead the four-city model. And then the regional chair let the cat out of the bag with his letter, leading the other mayors to realize they were never invited to those conversations. And when asked who was behind the sudden rush on amalgamation, the regional chair claimed it was he and he alone who came up with the idea to save taxpayers from waste and abuse. Where have we heard that phrase before? Doge much? Queen's Park is set to go back in session on March 23rd when, if I am not mistaken, the hammer will be dropped and amalgamation will be forced upon us because those we elected to represent us sold us out. I am going to call this for what it is. It's a consolidation of power. It's got nothing to do with cost savings for the taxpayer. This is simply a way to reduce resistance from the municipalities when it comes to bulldozing the greenbelt, rezoning agricultural land, and providing a playground for developers to build Vegas of the North. Less voices, less resistance. It is insulting that the premier, regional chair, and mayors of the would-be four-city model think that we are so stupid to believe this proposed amalgamation is to the benefit of the average citizen. I would be happy to stand corrected. Prove me wrong. Show us the data you've collected. Show us the studies. Show us the examples of other successful amalgamations. To quote a very famous line, show me the money. The argument of too many cooks in the kitchen has been made that having 126 elected representatives for a population of 540,000 is too much. Well, I would like to put forth the argument that there actually isn't enough representation. I am also a citizen of the tiny Mediterranean island country of Malta. Now, Malta's population is roughly the same as the population of the region of Niagara, sitting around 575,000. Do you know how many municipal councils they have? In 1993, they established 67 municipalities with anywhere from 5 to 13 council members and a mayor for each one. And then in 1999, they added a 68th. So this tiny island with the same population as Niagara, fitting into 316 square kilometers, has 467 elected lower tier politicians to serve their constituents. And they also have 5 regional councils forming an upper tier to serve as a collaborative mechanism between municipal councils. Amalgamation is not the answer. It should not even be an option on the table. And taking away elected leadership from constituents won't result in any significant savings, and especially won't increase accountability from our government.
Thank you, Ms. Zamet. Do we have any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Vicki Lynn Smith to speak, and I would ask Trish Houtby to prepare to be the next speaker.
Hi, good evening, everybody, and thanks for coming, for all the folks, especially the citizens. And I'm just going to speak from experience. I lived in Ottawa. I owned a house in Ottawa, and actually it was Orleans, if people know Ottawa, and I paid my taxes to Cumberland. Then they amalgamated us, and I paid my taxes to Ottawa. Well, guess what? In Cumberland, we had a surplus. Ottawa had a deficit. So you know what happened there. And we had great snow removal, which you really need in Ottawa. And it went down, because I lived on a side street. We even had it on the side streets, which you know the difference between here and there, from what's gone on here. And we had great snow removal. And it went down. And my taxes went up. There's no benefits. And anywhere I've looked, anybody I've talked to that's gone through this, not one person has ever said there's benefits in this. So I just think that people should look before they make something up. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Okay, sorry.
Are there any questions for Ms. Smith? Councillor Harris.
I'm keeping track of this, so you're against it.
Right.
Perfect. Okay, thank you.
Yes. And it was 2001, just in case you want to know what year.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. And I will say, as a fellow Orleans resident from back at that time, I appreciate you sending me down memory lane for a moment there about snow removal in Ottawa. Thank you. At this time, I'll call Trish Houtby, and if I could ask Brian Blue to prepare to speak. Ms. Houtby, the lectern is yours.
Hi, my name is Trish Houtby. I've lived in Niagara for 25 years. I've lived in St. Catharines for the majority, and I also lived in Niagara-on-the-Lake for a little while. My concerns with the current amalgamation discussion is that it seems like Regional Councillor Gale is prepared to move forward with this idea, yet has no data to show residents that this is a positive move for us. There has been no sharing of any empirical data to show where costs will be saved and how that will be done. There has been no clarification offered on what the amalgamation will look like. I've heard discussions of both a one region and a 4-quadrant model. From my observations, the main political supporters of this idea seem to be the mayors least affected by this proposed change. And I think it's very easy to get behind an idea that means big change for a region, but little or no change to perhaps yourself. This very much feels like a dictated idea from the province that is being forced through at an opportune moment. I grew up in a small town called Fenland Falls, which was amalgamated into the city of Kawartha Lakes in 2001. I have some firsthand observations and have discussed with my parents, who are prominent business owners, what their experience has been, and I will share that. There is a glut of money wasted on sending workers from one part of the region to the other end of the region to provide services. There is a lack of pride, and now noticeable in the smaller towns especially. This is directly related to the workers not being from that particular town. They don't have to drive past the garbage overflowing, the overgrown fields, or the dead flowers in the city-maintained spaces every day to go home. They don't have to worry about the roads not being plowed properly for their neighbors to get out and about on. They don't have to wonder if the burnt-out light bulbs are affecting their loved ones' safety at night. They aren't there daily to notice these things. Many of the locals often refer to it as the City of Kawartha mistakes. They don't feel taken care of in the same fashion that they did when they were separate entities. The positive impact of joining a larger city have never truly been realized by the locals. Often, the larger cities receive new shiny things and the small hamlets are left out. I don't fear change, but I fear doing things for the wrong reason. I like knowing that my local representatives live close to where I do, that when I email to voice my concern over my street being skipped in the plowing rotation yet again, my counselor could drive by my street quickly if they so felt inclined. I like that the schools and arenas that my family use are the same that our local representatives use too. I like knowing that they are experiencing daily life in a very similar fashion to ourselves. I also know, in speaking to many neighbors and coworkers, that the people feel like they have no choice or voice in this matter, and that that is not acceptable to me. I fully accept that politics is not my livelihood, and that there may be some larger behind-the-scenes issues going on beyond my scope, but I believe in accountability and transparency. In closing, I don't feel at this time, with the little information provided to the public, that amalgamation is in the best interest of the residents of this region. Until a fully costed plan detailing specific areas of savings and how those savings will come to be is released to the public, we continue to be underinformed. I feel that where we already have a slow process to move through our local government without proper planning and thought, this will not improve. I don't see building permits, zoning permits, etc., being handed out any quicker or with any more ease. I don't buy into the bucket bear mentality of cheering for small savings in the moment, which cost me in the long run by underfunding other areas later on. I'm not here for the quick dopamine hit of saving me a small amount of money now, only to have the cost of my services rise dramatically due to poor thought and planning. In my personal opinion, amalgamation makes it easier for the province to download more things, and I just don't see how that would benefit us. Just because our current premier wants to push things through, let's not become the next Kawartha mistakes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again, Ms. Houtby. At this time, I'll call upon Brian Blue to speak, and if I could ask Lindsay Taylor to be prepared to speak next. Mr. Blue, the lectern is yours.
Mayor Cisco, members of Municipal Council, and my fellow citizens of St. Catharines. My name is Brian Blue. I'm a citizen in the St. Andrews Ward, and I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Governance reform is complex, but avoiding the conversation does not make our challenges disappear. I'd like to express my support for Mayor Cisco for engaging constructively in the structure in this dialogue and recognizing that structure matters when we talk about governance and service delivery. I would also like to point out that this is not the first time the province has explored this possibility. Little over 2 years ago, the Standing Committee on Heritage Infrastructure and Cultural Policy of the Legislative Assembly of Ontario held an open public meeting in St. Catharines as part of its study on regional governance, including Niagara's structure and how it affects service delivery and other provincial priorities. There have been plenty of discussions and opportunities to make the current system run effectively and efficiently, and it's not. My comments focus on 3 outcomes: better services, stronger competitiveness, and reduced duplication. Today, within the regional municipality of Niagara, responsibilities are divided between local and regional governments, planning development approvals, infrastructure coordination, and housing all involve multiple layers of review. When accountability is shared, clarity suffers. When clarity suffers, timelines extend. And when timelines extend, costs rise. A more consolidated structure offers something powerful: one accountable authority, one budget, one plan, one clear line of responsibility. That clarity alone improves service delivery. For residents of St. Catharines, that means fewer handoffs and more direct answers. And for businesses, that means predictability. And predictability drives investment. Niagara competes every day for industrial projects, housing development, and job creation. Businesses are not evaluating our timeline, our intentions. They're evaluating our timelines, our fees, our coordination, and our consistency. If governance reform reduces touch points, eliminates overlapping reviews, standardizes definitions, and creates clear service timelines, then it becomes a competitive advantage globally. If it does not, then structure alone accomplishes nothing. There's also a financial reality. Each municipality maintains corporate layers of HR, finance, payroll, procurement, IT systems, comms, and senior management, while similar functions exist all at the regional level. Frontline services will always remain essential, but administrative duplication can and must be streamlined. Unified procurement increases leverage, standardized systems reduce inefficiencies, aligned leadership structures lower overhead over time. Those savings should not disappear in bureaucracy. They should be redirected into infrastructure and improved service standards. But I want to end with this. Amalgamation, if pursued, is not the finish line. It is the starting line. As a taxpayer, I'm not simply asking for structural change. I'm asking for a cultural commitment. A commitment from councillors and municipal staff that regardless of the governance model, we will continuously strive for better services at a lower cost, clear accountability, fewer barriers to doing business, faster, more predictable approvals, and measurable performance standards. Removing silos cannot be a one-time exercise. Improving efficiency cannot be temporary. Prosperity does not happen by accident. It happens when governance is clear, services are efficient, and barriers are removed. This is how we create opportunity for businesses, protect taxpayers from rising costs, and ensure St. Catharines remains a city where residents enjoy better services, a higher standard of living, and a stronger quality of life. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blue. This time, Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. All those things you mentioned, are they not things you could achieve without amalgamation if you actually had all the CAOs work together and look at cost sharing and delivery of service? Like working together like in procurement and all those type of things?
Yeah, that would be great. Okay. As I mentioned, thank you for the question, and through the chair. In January of 2024, that conversation was discussed. So far, respectfully, I have not seen or heard of significant changes. I would ask you as a municipal councillor, how many times do you feel that you've run into challenges because there's something outside of your responsibility? It's either at a regional level, a provincial level, or a federal level. I think if we have the ability in a thoughtful manner to really review and take an honest assessment. Is the system currently working?
Okay. I guess my next question through the mayor to the presenter would be, so there's two of these models that have been floating out there, like one city, a four-city model. If you went with either one, or especially the four-city model, you'd still have the region, so you would still have that duplication. So I would think the idea would be to kind of figure out what we're actually looking for first, like what's the goal, and work our way back. So if it's better or service delivery, I would think that all these municipalities could probably work together first and then come up with some ideas.
Well, I mean, I would ask, is that currently happening in its state right now?
Well, I think this is going to start the conversation.
Well, I respectfully,
I would hope it does.
I do as well.
Yeah.
And I just sit back and I will publicly admit I watch a lot more council than I'd like, than is healthy for an individual.
It's not.
You know, I just ask you all, like when you have these conversations, I mean, I don't expect everything is going to be solved overnight, but insanity is the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, thinking the results are going to change. And just because maybe amalgamation hasn't worked in other jurisdictions, I like to think that the people, at least at this horseshoe, are smart enough to learn from those mistakes and look to take this opportunity where applicable, because as you're 100% correct, in whatever form it is, the region will still exist. My personal perspective is that it's not working in the form that it is.
So I guess my one last question through you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. Are you for amalgamation, or are you for better service delivery and better bang for your buck?
Well,
I'm keeping track of these, right?
No. I am for all of the above. I don't mean to cop out there and take the easy answer, but I am 100% for better service delivery. I am 100% for increasing the ease of doing business in the city of St. Catharines.
Okay.
I don't think there's any reason why we can't be the easiest place to do business, and starting in Niagara and aspiring for more, being a place for doing business in Ontario and Canada. And the benefit to that is job creation creates prosperity, not just for businesses, but for the individuals. And when we are a more prosperous region, we have more resources for all the services that we appreciate that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kushner. Okay, we will come back to Councillor Kushner in a moment. Councillor Williamson.
Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue, were you aware that this current government back in 2019 authorized bringing in two advisors, Sealing and Fenn, to do a report on the governance, the model, the current governance system in Niagara?
I am aware that there are numerous reports on governance reform. I think it goes back to, if I'm not mistaken, 2000. The particular report that you're mentioning, Councillor, I am not familiar with. I have not personally read.
Yeah, well, nobody has because it was never released, of course. Yeah. And then you mentioned the definition of insanity. Do you think it's sane to make decisions not having done any proper analysis? Because we haven't, the four-city model and the model that's the single-city model it's not an evidence-based approach that has been conducted by the current chair.
Well, I can't speak for what the chair has done or what plans are waiting for us. I can speak to the fact that when done correctly, I believe in our ability to come up with a model that not only selfishly serves the citizens of St. Catharines, but the region as a whole. And I would respectfully put it back to you. You meet on a monthly basis. How many times do you encounter bottlenecks here at the municipal level because another level of government, in this case the region, is responsible? You have two different regional roads, municipal roads, you have situations where it's constantly going back and forth between multiple levels of government, and I just feel like it's not being done in the most efficient way possible.
Yeah. You asked me a question, but I won't respond because that's not really appropriate. So
And Councillor, I appreciate you 100% for that. Thank you. I believe
you might
it
not
was-
like my answer anyway.
I believe it may have been a rhetorical question in this case, but thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner, I'm going to come back if you're able to jump in.
Yes, can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can, Councillor.
Yes, thank you. To Mr. Blue, are you aware that the city has taken initiatives to reduce duplication, shared services, and so on?
I imagine that they have, and I'm glad that at least the conversation has started. I'm not aware of any end results that have come from that, Councillor.
Okay, in terms of business development, the city has entered into an agreement with the town of Lincoln to promote tourism. So that would be one example. In terms of purchasing, we have aligned with other communities to increase our bulk purchasing, where we do get better rates. In terms of planning, previously, the city of St. Catharines, the planning decisions had to be approved by the region. Now they don't. So these are just 3 examples of where we've done what you're suggesting. Thank you.
I think maybe the question was, don't you agree? I just want to make sure there was a question there. And then Mr. Blue nodded in the affirmative. Yes, he definitely heard all of that. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Mr. Blue. And at this time, I will call upon Lindsay Taylor to speak, and I would ask Sabrina Hill to be prepared to be the next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and my neighbors across this beautiful region. My name is Lindsay Taylor, and I'm here delegating from Zoom. I'll just keep my video off so that I can maintain some bandwidth here. Over 10 years ago, I chose to live in St. Catharines because it offers something rare, a city with urban conveniences, but still small enough that you know your neighbors and feel connected to the decisions being made locally. Across Niagara, others choose something different. Some prefer rural living from agricultural landscapes, lower service intensity, and ultimately a different pace of life. That diversity across our region reflects choice, not fragmentation. At the same time, we all recognize there are issues that connect us as one Niagara, including regional transit, infrastructure planning, watershed management, and economic competitiveness. Those challenges do not stop at municipal boundaries. Environmental sustainability is one of the areas where regional coordination makes more sense than fragmented local action. I believe our region would benefit from exploring a regionally coordinated, locally activated regional greening strategy. Issues such as urban canopy, climate resilience, and watershed health are shared across municipalities, and a coordinated regional approach could help support long-term livability and environmental stewardship. So the question is not whether we need coordination, we do. The question is whether full municipal amalgamation is the most effective and fiscally responsible way to achieve it. Ontario's experience shows that amalgamation does not automatically deliver long-term cost savings. Transition costs, wage harmonization, and service equalization often narrow or eliminate projected efficiencies. Bigger government does not inherently mean leaner government. If the goal is better service delivery and fiscal sustainability, there are practical reforms we can mandate before restructuring the entire system. These include expanding shared service agreements, consolidating procurement, regionalizing back office functions such as IT or HR, clarifying service responsibilities to reduce overlap, strengthening existing unified regional models like Niagara Transit, and reviewing governance efficiencies where appropriate. There are targeted steps that improve coordination while preserving local accountability and community identity. As I've reiterated, structural change should follow demonstrated evidence, not precede it. If amalgamation truly strengthens Niagara, lowers long-term costs, and improves service delivery, residents deserve to see that case clearly and transparently before we move forward. I will always be rooting for Team STC, and at the same time, I believe deeply in this region and its natural beauty, its people, and its potential to be the best place in the world to live and raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Are there any questions for the presenter? Seeing none, thank you again for the presentation. At this time, I'd like to call upon Sabrina Hill to speak, and I would ask Kate Verneberg to be prepared to speak next. Ms. Hill, the lectern is yours.
Is there any chance I can leave the video off? I take up a lot of bandwidth myself. Mayor, members of council, staff, members of the public who remain committed to participation, even as participation becomes increasingly symbolic. I rise today in enthusiastic support for municipal amalgamation, not because it supports or strengthens democracy, of course, but because it finally addresses, usually I'm told I'm already too loud, but because it finally addresses the longstanding problem of, in local government, too many voices. For years, residents have enjoyed unreasonable access to representatives. Councilors once represented manageable populations and most inconveniently could be reached. Amalgamation fixes this elegantly. Now, a single councilor can represent tens or even hundreds of thousands of people across the vast geographic areas. This ensures that no one councilor can resident can reasonably expect to be heard, let alone prioritized. A concern raised by one neighborhood is no longer a political issue, it's merely a data point. Formally, democracy remains, elections still happen, substantively participation becomes symbolic, which is far more efficient. And efficiency, after all, is the true purpose of governance. I say this with some measure of confidence, having lived and traveled through countries around the world, places where democracy is widely regarded as messy, unnecessary, or as Bob Gale puts it, inefficient. For more than 13 years, I lived in South Korea, where I had countless opportunities to speak with refugees who had escaped North Korea. A system that embraced efficiency with admirable discipline. By most administrative measures, it is remarkably lean. There is no messy public involvement, no disruptive dissent, no tiresome questions about how power is exercised or lives governed. Just stability, complete control, and a reliably obedient workforce helpfully uninterested in decision-making. The refugees, I should note, were almost universally dissatisfied, but dissatisfaction, as we know, is not a metric for most autocrats. From the perspective of efficiency alone, the system works beautifully. To explain why this logic is so appealing, imagine a physician tasked with caring for an entire city. At first, she listens. Patients explain their symptoms, their needs. Care takes time. It requires attention. It is, regrettably, inefficient. Then comes a proposal for reform. This is too slow, someone says. Let's be practical. So the physician prescribes the same medicine in the same dose at the same hour to everyone. It is elegant. It looks excellent on a chart. Some patients improve, others don't. A few are even harmed. When concerns are raised, the response is reassuring. On average, outcomes are acceptable. And besides, it is much easier to manage this way. Now, of course, no one in this chamber would call that good medicine. We would call it negligent, which raises a question worth asking: when did efficiency become a substitute for responsibility? Municipal amalgamation promises efficiency, and it delivers exactly that. Fewer voices, fewer decisions, fewer people at the table. What it does not offer is better care for a distinct community that we are all meant to serve. It also centralizes power, removing decision-making from neighborhoods and wards and placing it where scale prefers it, with senior staff, executive committees, and a single individual at the top. Transparency suffers, but so does opposition. That is a trade-off that is not accidental. Power concentrates not because of bad actors, but because scale rewards hierarchy. Decisions become harder to challenge, easier to justify, and increasingly technical. Local knowledge is treated as inefficiency, and one-size-fits-all solutions are preferred, even when they fit no one particularly well. I'll just skip straight to the end. So yes, municipal amalgamation succeeds, not just at what it promises, it succeeds at thinning democracy, concentrating power, flattening communities, disengaging citizens, and making the consequences permanent. It does not fail because it ignores local voices. It succeeds by making them easier to ignore.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
I apologize for running long.
Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll call upon Kate Verneberg, and I will ask David Ryder to prepare to be the next speaker. Ms. Verneberg, the lectern is yours.
Councillors, Mr. Mayor, members of the public, I'm glad to address you today. My name is Kate Verneberg, and I'm proud to be a resident of St. Catharines. My father's family immigrated to Lincoln in 1952, and so this region has been a place that I have loved my entire life. I want to tell you why I oppose the amalgamation of Niagara as it is currently proposed. Firstly, I object strongly to how the chair of Regional Council has handled this, with no proposed public consultation and with 2 weeks for feedback before recommending that the province sweep us all into a megacity or into 4 cities. This took most ordinary Niagarans completely by surprise. This is not a movement that's come from a groundswell of support, a grassroots issue. This has instead been imposed on us by higher powers. All of this is undemocratic. All this I object to and oppose to on principle. The regional chair has stated on the record, firstly in a public meeting in Fort Erie, that he has no data to back up his claims of savings. And then later, at a meeting in Niagara-on-the-Lake, that he had been tasked with accomplishing this amalgamation. He claimed later to not have said the word tasked, and perhaps he did misspeak. But if he has no proof of the benefits he claims, why is he pursuing this sweeping change? Who fomented this idea? It certainly wasn't the ordinary people of Niagara. Now let me move from matters of principle to practical ones. I don't see how this benefits St. Catharines or our neighbors around the region. We know from studies like those done at the Fraser Institute that amalgamation does not save money. Instead, what does the functional work of amalgamation do? It limits the people's involvement in their own governance. Less representation in government gives the balance of power to the majority and stymies minority voices. This will be true for as long as the city or cities stand, regardless of who holds the balance of that power. This is a permanent change which would affect us for generations. And people from across the political spectrum can agree this is a bad idea. I also oppose this amalgamation because I've already lived through another one. When I was a teenager, I lived in a village in the Ottawa Valley called Osgood. We were amalgamated, as has already been said, into Ottawa in 2001. And honestly, we were excited about it. We thought it would increase our quality of life. We thought we'd be included in the city in a meaningful way. I was personally really looking forward to public transit. 25 years later, there is no public transit in Osgood. That village is still on a well and septic system, and taxes did not go down. Osgood is part of the City of Ottawa in name only. Broadly, our local needs and issues were unimportant to Ottawa. We got a bad deal, and that rankles to this day. Here in St. Catharines, we are the biggest city in the region. It may be very tempting for us to say, we have a lot to offer. If we absorbed our neighbors, if we got their taxes into our coffers, if we held the balance of power, we could really make things happen. I want to warn you against that kind of thinking. The peninsula is a special place, and a place with highly diverse goals. The goals of a city are not the goals of a village. What works on a farm doesn't work in a casino. What do you imagine will happen to all of our major civic goals if we're all merged together? Do you think we will be able to accomplish more? I would argue that the megacity or cities will be forced to pick and choose. Instead of having precise goals which suit each community best, these goals will be whittled down to the lowest common denominator, and in the end, less people and needs will be served. We as St. Catharines are kidding ourselves and doing at least a disservice and at most real harm to our neighbors if we throw our weight around and claim to be able to solve and speak for all. When we absorb our neighbors, we absorb all of their problems. Are we ready for that in a matter of months? In my view, we already have very sensibly amalgamated important services at the regional level, like transit, public health, policing. Perhaps there's more cooperation to be done on projects like these, which will serve the whole region. This honors our different needs and perspectives while joining together to use our resources efficiently for our population. This honors, too, the fluidity of life in Niagara. We've always passed easily from country to city, rural to urban. This is part of what makes the region a wonderful place to live. Dumping it all into one political soup is unwise. Important differences and needs will get lost in the mix. Niagara is already united, but we are not all the same. No one says, I'm a St. Catharines or I'm a Beamsvilleite. We are all proud to be Niagarans. Sweeping us all into a megacity or 4 cities doesn't benefit St. Catharines, and it doesn't benefit Niagara as a whole. We have to ask, who does it benefit? It won't save us money, and it won't enhance our local democracy. Why would we go along with this change? I oppose this forced amalgamation, and I encourage each of you here at Council to oppose it with all your political power as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Verneberg. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you again for your comments. At this time, I'll call upon David Ryder to speak, and I would ask Alan McKay to be prepared to speak next. Mr. Ryder, the lectern is yours.
Still nervous on this one. I've spoke at budget meetings, but this is a new experience. We're going back to 1985 when this was brought up again. At that time, it was 3 cities, River City, Niagara Center, and Niagara West. In my opinion, it didn't work then, and it doesn't work now. For the reason is, I've given you the handouts that, okay, that you're going to have to divide up what's in regional council if you go to 4 cities, which means you take a quarter of everything that's in there and try and incorporate it into your system now. And to get that, all of a sudden you're changing, you got 12 people that are permanent counselors or politicians. Everybody else at this table are part-time. You don't do the job on a full-time basis. So that means you're going to be counting people to have offices, full-time counselors, because you're going to have more reports and staff to read through. And where are you going to get the time? Council at the region is once every 3 weeks. You guys, at one point, were once every week. Now you've gone to once every 2nd week. So if you expand it to that thing, exponentially, you're going wider. Can you afford the time to spend on reading every report, especially when you get into the 3 major ones on there for expenditures, which is housing, health, and the policing? I mean, there could be massive reports, I'm assuming, and this hasn't stopped yet. It's going to get wider and wider. So I don't know what the future holds, but until I see a plan, I'd like to see somebody at the region, a systems analyst or a financial analyst, come up with something designed where everything works. Same with City Hall, down here. And you need a systems analyst and a financial analyst to find out what you're doing and what they're doing, and then find out where the same is similar. You can combine things or have hand off to one side or the other. Find out what is working right instead of doing the same thing over and over again, because all you're doing is spinning wheels in the mud. You need to improve things along the way. And I was hoping that these handouts will give you an idea of what they're doing and how the numbers, like Mr. Gale comes up with, you got too many politicians. Okay, the regional politicians are making $45,000 a year. You got 31 of them, so that's 1.4 million roughly. That's less than 1% of what the increase would be. Your increases are in the housing, health, and policing, and the waste. And the region was designed for water and waste treatment because the smaller municipalities couldn't afford it. So they figured if they pool it together, they can share the costs. It's something you do with the hospitals. But right now, trying to remember the last time I was at region, Mr. Brothers was talking about you're having a major problem of doing water treatment in their facilities that they have. They have to be refitted. And that last time I was talking there was around 2009. So I imagine things haven't changed much better. They're still in deficit on restructuring what they're doing for the buildings. So that's what the biggest problem is, your main structure to rebuild something from bricks and mortar. It takes a lot of money to do a water treatment plant. And you don't want to have a problem like Walkerton to come up here. You need to have everything stable and funded properly. If you can do that, the efficiencies will work itself out. Because as you go down the road, everything will tear down to what you're doing. You need to analyze how it's being done and where it's being done.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Ryder. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. From listening to you, you suggested look for efficiencies and things like that and better service. So that's what you want, not necessarily amalgamation.
I don't want amalgamation at all.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, I made that discussion at Brock in 1985 in that auditorium, and I asked the presenter then, can you prove to me that that will be any better than what we have now? He didn't answer the question.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Mr. Ryder, for your presentation. This time I'll call upon Alan McKay to speak, and I would ask Gilles Marceau to be prepared to speak next. Mr. McKay, the lectern is yours.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco and Council. It's always a pleasure to come in and address this group. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Tonight I'm here as a taxpayer who deeply believes in his community. I've become increasingly concerned with the way Niagara is being governed, and I don't believe that it's serving its residents as effectively and, more importantly, affordably as it could due to the current structure. And I believe it's a structural issue. As a taxpayer, I'm beyond frustrated. Over the past 4 years, property taxes have consistently exceeded inflation. The financial strain on residents is real, and it continues to grow. And we are seeing the consequences, including a troubling rise in the number of property tax defaults right across the region. And what do we have to show for it? Well, we have a $110 million infrastructure deficit. We have half of our wastewater infrastructure either rated as poor or very poor. Taxes continue to go up. So why are we still behind? It feels like taxpayers, it feels like we're being held hostage. We're being told there's no other alternative. We're being warned that services are going to collapse if we question any type of tax increases. And now as elections approach, we now hear renewed talks of reviews and consultations and governance reform. Where was this urgency 2 or 3 years ago? I've been talking about this for years. You guys seen me talk about this. I've come in front of you and I've spoken about this. Many of you in the audience have heard me speak about this. I believe our current two-tiered governance system here in Niagara is broken. The idea of governance reform here in Niagara isn't new. You know, the Berkeley report from 30 years ago identified many of the same issues that we're dealing with now. Duplication between tiers, blurred accountability, inefficiencies, barriers to coordinate planning. 3 decades later, taxes are still rising faster than inflation, infrastructure deficits persist, and accountability remains layered and unclear. If that doesn't suggest a need for structural change, then I don't know what does. Niagara doesn't need more studies. We need a serious, outcome-focused review on how we govern and how we deliver services. Good governance starts with 3 simple questions. What core services does Niagara need to offer? How can those services be managed efficiently? And what governance model ensures clear, direct accountability for results? Right now, our system diffuses responsibility across multiple councils and 13 different corporations. Residents don't experience government in tiers. They experience it through one tax bill that they get quarterly. Many people are skeptical, and I understand that. I've heard the arguments. Many people are skeptical of that structural reform will bring about promised savings, and I get that. And that skepticism is fair and warrants a discussion, warrants a conversation. Structural change is not a magic wand. But you got to remember, what is the cost of doing nothing? The cost of doing nothing, your taxes are still going to go above inflation. They're still going to increase at the great rate that they're going now. And I would argue in some cases, it's likely going to go up even more. A new governance model, whatever form it takes, must focus on eliminating duplication, mitigating those siloed decision-making, clarifying accountability, improving coordinated infrastructure planning, ensuring our tax dollars are being treated with the same care that families apply to their own household budgets. Change is never easy. Local identity matters, representation matters, but so does affordability, sustainability, and accountability. This is not about protecting political structures. It's about protecting residents and taxpayers. It's about restoring trust through measurable outcomes, sustainable growth, responsible infrastructure investment, and clear lines of accountability. Taxpayers deserve better. They deserve real reform, real accountability, and real results. The time for change is now, folks. The time for change is now. I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Are there any questions of council? Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, thank you, Mr. McKay. You have been a definite, consistent presence on this topic. And so I think you'll be able to answer this question. We've already heard tonight some of the research showing amalgamation has not realized the hopeful cost savings, and in some cases actually led to cost increases. Do you want to comment on that? Because that's a pretty sharp critique against amalgamation.
I appreciate the question, Councillor Mako. I want to see the numbers. And I said that during the Provincial Steering Committee. Show me the numbers that amalgamation costs more. And I'm going to say what Dr. Marvin Ryder said. He was the transition head for the Hamilton amalgamation. And his board was able to identify more than $25 million in operational savings when they first did this transition. And when people come back to me and say, well, but in the long run, it always costs more. Well, so does a loaf of bread. Like, it's called inflation, folks. Wages rise. Like, things cost more later on down in the future. And Dr. Marvin Ryder said one other thing that I found quite interesting. He goes, when there's a pool of savings that's been found, politicians have a great way of taking those savings and reallocating them. In essence, that's what they did in Hamilton. They took a lot of those savings, they reallocated to their other priorities. Well, I'm sorry, but that's not an example of amalgamation costing more.
Well, thank you for that. And there has been the more recent 2019 report mentioned here tonight as well. Would you advocate for the release of that report?
I absolutely would. I've been wanting to read that for a while.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other speakers, thank you, Mr. McKay, for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Gilles Marceau, and I would ask Mary Shelley to prepare to speak next. Mr. Marceau, the lectern is yours.
Mayor, councilors, fellow citizens, I actually prepared my text, but I've been listening back there, and anything I can say would just repeat itself. So I'm going to add a few things. I'm a business guy. You can't come to people without evidence-based facts. If you don't have evidence-based facts, you don't have anything. And there's mistrust. And that mistrust is based on the fact that I think you did this or I think I did that. And we're not in the mistrust business. We're in the community building, loving living in Niagara. I live in St. Catharines. The other thing I've noticed is that if politicians don't make decisions, It's not a question of right or wrong. You can always take a wrong decision and make it right over time. But if politicians don't have the courage to make decisions, then economics takes over politics. And that's scary. Because when economics takes over politics, the people who hold the money make the decisions. And what we need to do is ask everyone in this room who represents us to try to make a decision. You with me? Okay. Last thing. As I listened to all this conversation, I said to myself, is council a business? Is the city a business? Or what is it? If I look on Niagara-on-the-Lake, to me, that's a business. It's got a shadow that people come to because it's such a beautiful town, right? And of course, Niagara Parks is a business. Businesses should be treated differently than where we live in a community. Because where we live in a community affects a whole bunch of things. Now, I happen to love demographics, so I'm just going to give you 2 demographics that will make the point. Did you know that in the Niagara region, 23% of the people are 65 plus? Did you know that in St. Catharines, 1/3 of the people who live here are 65 plus? But you have to think about what that means. If life expectancy is 19 years for a guy and 22 years for a gal, in 20 years, those people are gone. And we have 77% of the population with an average age in Niagara region of 44.4. So who are we serving? We have 77% of the people that live in this region at an average age of 44.4. And they're having a hard time living, many of them, and many of them are not. So we have to look at this in a different way. What does the region provide to the 65 plus? What provides health care? Right? Amongst things. What do we provide to the 44 plus as a community? We provide a lot of things. We all question how we provide it because everybody wants efficiency. Efficiency is a great game. I was in business for 45 years. The former managing partner for a big bank. They like efficiency. Guess what? Efficiency breaks process. What we want is a process we understand, we can look at it, we can add to it, we can question it, and then we can make a suggestion or two. Thank you.
Timing is everything, Mr. Marceau. Are there any questions? I do see Councillor Harris has a question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, just to be clear, because I'm keeping track of everybody, are you for or against amalgamation?
I'm not for anything.
You just want to get a clear
I just
idea of
want
what
to
the
get
goal
a
is?
clear way of having people trust the system. And that's what's key. And I'm really worried that if we don't get there soon, then economics will take over the politics. Does that answer it?
That does answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions, thank you again, Mr. Marceau, for your presentation. At this time, I'll call upon Mary Shelley to speak, and I'll ask Jimmy Jackson to prepare to speak next. Ms. Shelley, the lectern is yours.
My name is Mary Shelley. Some of the points that I have in my remarks have already been made. So I'm going to become efficient and streamlined as I go along. Don't take it as a challenge. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I will be brief, and to that end, I will forego the greetings and salutations. With all due respect, Mr. Mayor, I disagree with a 4-city model or a 1-city model at this time. Before we even get to this point, we have to do an analysis. We have to have a plan, and how much of that work has been done already, and we just need to dust it off. And all the representatives here in that region need to listen. But equally important is that citizens have to show up. We have to give input and seriously reflect on what it is that we want. We have to listen to each other respectfully, with good faith, and resolve to keep an open mind. So, can we amalgamate services? People have already talked about that. People who are smarter, more articulate than me. Can we redraw the boundaries of regional council so that we have fewer councilors? Can we go back and look at double duty councilors and increase hours of work and pay? And will that create more continuity and communication? The biggest driver of regional budget is policing services, and I appreciate that Niagara Regional Police went back to the drawing board when asked to. But violent crime is dropping, so which units can be shuffled within the service to better use resources? Haldimand County uses all OPP services. Can some Niagara municipalities be moved over to the OPP? Okay, sorry, I didn't promise you answers. But I don't think that everything can be left on the table until we look at taking it off the table. I encourage council to lean into the knowledge and experience held by the citizens. Harness that. Some of us have been around for a while. Think about a citizens committee. Each councilor selects a volunteer representative, or the two councilors agree on one. A councilor or senior staff serves as chair and liaises with council. Or why not draw on the people who are currently on advisory committees? Yes, we need change, but let's take time to get it right, because it takes a long time to fix it if we don't. Thank you very much. Not a bad time. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Are there any questions? I know she answered your question, Councilor Harris, yes.
Yeah, there might be others that have questions.
And it's entirely possible, but I see none this evening, so I want to say thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
And at this time, I'll call upon Jimmy Jackson to speak, and I would ask Ed Smith to prepare to speak next. Mr. Jackson, the lectern is yours.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, St. Catharines residents, citizens of Niagara. I am Jimmy Jackson, born and raised here in St. Catharines my entire life, and I'm here to discuss the hot topic of amalgamation brought forward by the provincial government, and that was appointed by brought forward by appointed, not elected, member, Regional Chair Bob Gale. Ultimately, the taxpayers have shown me mostly their disapproval for moving to a 4-city model for Niagara or a 1-city model. proposed by appointed, not elected, Mr. Gale, again. Our first course of action ultimately should be to have a third party, unbiased, nonpartisan, local, volunteer-based committee selected by honorable, local, long-tenured taxpayers to assess and audit the costs of government. Fire chiefs, Niagara Regional Police, costly CAO salaries, and many costly expenses that are absolutely ravaging taxpayers municipally, regionally, provincially, and federally across the country. I stand here as a father, a husband, a son, a brother, and ultimately a man of faith who advocates for the well-being of our country, which starts with taking responsibility for our own households and our own local communities. 156 councillors to make up 42 wards in Niagara. That is excluding Niagara Falls and Thorold, obviously are open. And then 12 mayors included in that, and 19 regional councillors, including the chair. And it's way too expensive and needs a full unbiased audit and investigation from long-tenured taxpayers who will volunteer their time to fix this. I've already been working on it. I have a committee that's ready to go. Can we get back to protecting, serving, and advocating for the long-tenured taxpayers who are in major crisis right now? Because unmanageable costs of living, costs of government, violent crimes against our children and women are absolutely devastating our region. We have so many foreigners coming here, setting up child sex trafficking rings, raping children, exploiting them, yet it keeps getting swept under the rug. But you can count on me to always advocate for the greater good of humanity. Thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, please email me, talk to me. And again, your question before you ask it, are you for amalgamation? No, I want to respect the towns that they have their own heritage and culture, and Thorold is one of the most patriotic towns in Canada. I mean, we all know this, and they're going to be debt-free by the end of the year, they said. So would I be for amalgamation? No, I'm sorry, I couldn't. But would I be for amalgamating fire services? Yes, I would. That's something we could look at. Also, maybe even water treatment. There's certain things that we could probably amalgamate there. But obviously, I mean, like I said, there's 42 wards, not including Niagara Falls and Thorold. We have so many councillors, like there's 126 municipal councillors. We have to cut costs, and that's the consensus that I've been getting around the region. So with that, I'll take any questions if you have any.
Are there any questions of council? All right, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Jackson, for your presentation. This time, I'll call upon Ed Smith to speak, and I would ask Jillian Barclay to be prepared to speak next. Mr. Smith, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by saying I'm personally alarmed at what I see unfolding on the issue of amalgamation in Niagara. So I want to stress that this is not about whether change is good or bad, but it's more about the structural reform that's being proposed. It can be debated, but it can't be debated without us. And right now it's proceeding without us. This night does not count as debate. So what I'm saying is that what cannot be debated is democracy. What's happening right now feels less like thoughtful governance and more like a Doge-style approach. It's a small group of powerful insiders deciding they know best, moving quickly, bypassing broad consultation, and treating due process as an inconvenience. We've seen this model elsewhere. Appoint a strong central figure, align a few supportive leaders, sidestep messy public debate, and start swinging at democratic institutions. It's a chainsaw approach to efficiency. No independent data, no mandate, no referendum, no comprehensive cost-benefit study made public. Elon Musk would probably approve of what's going on right now. That's not reform, that's consolidation of power. Regional Chair Bob Gale is driving this process forward with the backing of a handful of mayors, ours included. Mayors who have no doubt been assured of their position in the new governance model. And instead of expanding opportunities for residents to be heard, we have seen efforts to control, limit, or compress public engagement, starting right here in these chambers. Over the past 2 weeks, the mayor, with the support of one member of this council, has taken extraordinary and highly unusual steps that effectively shut down meaningful dialogue from taking place. When residents feel shut out, when timelines are accelerated, when questions are brushed aside, it reinforces the perception that the outcome has already been decided. If amalgamation is truly in the public interest, it should withstand scrutiny. It should survive independent financial modeling, it should be openly debated in every municipality, and it should be put clearly to the people who will live with the consequences. Residents of St. Catharines did not vote in the last election to dissolve their local government for some new model derived by our mayor and his clubmates. They did not give a mandate for sweeping structural changes. They certainly did not endorse a process that sidelines them. If our mayor feels amalgamation is the right answer, then I look forward to him making it a central pillar of his campaign promotions in 6 months when re-election campaigning starts. This is not about personalities, it's about principles. You do not restructure democracy from the top down. You do not centralize authority first and consult later. And you do not treat public input as an obstacle to be managed. Democracy may be slow and messy, but that should be seen as a strength if it's managed by the right people. If this council believes in transparency and representation, and I want to make this clear, I know that we don't get along, all of us, but I do believe this council believes in that. The mayor has overstepped his authority and has insulted all of your positions. Demand independent analysis, demand real public consultation. We don't need a procedural checkbox here. We deserve better than a dimly thought out, elitist chainsaw approach to our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Councilor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, Mr. Smith, just so I'm clear, because I'm keeping track of it.
I'm going to say that I'm against amalgamation.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation again, Mr. Smith. I would ask Jillian Berkeley to come to the lectern, and I would ask Bruce Timms to be prepared to speak next. Ms. Barclay, the lectern is yours.
Hello, everyone. Many of the councilors here have met me before, back in 2024, actually. So we've touched on a lot of different things, and I'm just going to go with what I experienced with our governments. I live on Geneva Street, Geneva and Scott. There's an empty property beside me. And I came to this council and presented and was really nervous about a bunch of different issues that were raised. I have social anxiety, so I will shake and everything else, sorry. But one of my biggest concerns was that nothing was being looked at with wastewater. That was one of my major concerns. And here we are in 2026, and we still don't have a report, a regional report on the waterways. And as somebody else pointed out, all of our infrastructure for water is, well, not all of it, but a lot of it is poor or very poor. There's areas that aren't even mapped out. And one of the biggest things is that it's all development. This So May 13th is when I came in and I lost hope for a lot of government. I actually haven't done anything since then. I haven't spoken or anything because I was knocked so far down. Because what happened was they made an amendment so that that zone was only community, and I came in asking for it to be medium density. I actually proposed medium density instead of high density. At that time in 2024, we had this fun thing that happened where we had mayor superpowers brought in. I thought that was enough and that maybe that was going to be what I was up against that night. But I had a lot of discussion with the different councilors and that. And then it was held, the decision was held to the next meeting. At the beginning of that meeting, if you were to actually look at the meeting online, it's at 57 minutes, that the mayor ordered Councillor McPherson for a non-debatable movement to change the way that things were going to be voted on. 2 minutes before they voted on a massive development, they changed the way that the voting was done in this room. To the point that, unfortunately, Mayor Matt Cisco was yelling at Dawn Dodge at the beginning of it because she was wondering, why is this happening? I had a lot of support because they understood that after the discussion, they went back and saw that there were all of these issues that nobody knew about. It was these councilors that came out and actually looked. Lyndall came out, she noticed that there was a whole bunch of issues with the way that traffic was being presented to them. And those were regional things that were coming in and they weren't being shown, but it was everybody here at the municipal level that listened to my shaky voice and my, talking and rambling, but they listened to me. And then we had more discussions. And then I had Caleb, who actually came down and started talking to the people of the area and trying to fix different things. Now, of course, 2 years later, that property is empty. Matt Cisco actually said that that was his poster project. An empty parking lot. Actually, it's not empty. It has a structure on it that is constantly looked at by bylaw and by police because we have so many incidents of break-ins and different things like that. We have so much activity in that one corner that there's no way that anybody from the region wanted to touch it. And then that property is up for sale now for $9 million, actually $9.6 million, when it was originally only a $3 million piece of property. Now they're asking $9 million for it, and they never fixed any of the piping underneath. Guess what's happening? All those apartment buildings, all of our piping is now failing. But because we're renters and we really don't apparently matter that much, nobody's doing anything about it. So I understand also when people are talking about the reform that needs to happen, because it's true. Because these are major problems that haven't been dealt with, and now we're suddenly expecting people to fix it. No, it's gonna cost a lot of money. We have some water plants that are still working on leather. That's how I feel about it. The fact that we have wastewater stations that are still using leather, and we're like, should we actually put the money into upgrading it? Like, once this becomes a thing and once we realize how bad it is, we're Niagara. Like, water shouldn't be such an issue, but it's something that nobody's touching on. And I'm looking to everyone, like, I just don't understand how they think that amalgamating this is going to help, because
Ms.
we already
Barclay,
have.
I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
Yep. We already have diluted everything. Duplication is always going to exist, having different tiers. That's it. They can ask questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay. Are there any questions of council? Seeing none, have yourself a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. At this time, I'll ask I will ask Ruth Unruh to speak. Oh, sorry, I jumped over. That's why I said councillor. My apologies. Mr. Timms, Bruce Timms, come on up. And Ruth Unruh, you are asked to prepare to speak next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Former Councillor Bruce Timms. I served on Regional Council for 27 years, from 1991 to 2018. And this is the fourth review of governance, I think, that I have been a part of. So let's go straight to Regional Chair Gale, who's proposed one city model and a four-city model. And Premier Ford said that this review should come from Niagara by Niagara. And then Regional Council voted for a review. So I'd like you tonight to look at a third option. And I think you have it in front of you. It's a model for regional government used by Durham Region, Halton Region, York Region, and Peel. Well, almost. York and Peel have, York has an appointed regional chair like we do, and Peel still selects their regional chair. Council selects their regional chair. But I offer this third option that should be examined because there are two major differences from our status quo, and those are that there is an elected regional chair and there are double-duty city regional councilors. And I ask you to look at the model I presented here is from Durham Region. Now they have 8 municipalities, and specifically the model of the city of Oshawa. There's a population of 216,000 people. It has 5 wards. They elect 5 directly elected double-duty councilors to serve both region and city, and they elect 4 or 5 ward councilors. Oshawa I thought particularly relevant because it's another General Motors town, has a similar history to St. Catharines. The third option that I'm suggesting here today respects the local priorities of the smaller municipalities while taking advantage of the large-scale efficiencies of a regional government. Niagara could have an elected regional chair, and please, if nothing else, let's get an elected regional chair with 12 municipalities, and could be a couple of voluntary mergers because the smaller towns of West Niagara certainly talked about that. Each local council has at least one directly elected double-duty regional councilor that sits at both the city table and at the regional table. This is a model that Niagara could use. And St. Catharines would have 6 double-duty directly elected regional city councilors and 6 ward councilors, much like the Oshawa model. This would offer a very low transition cost, making the jump from status quo to the Durham Region model, with a very low transition cost and a very low disruption of service, disruption of administration. In effect, all you do is change who runs for what seat. Some say a big advantage is that St. Catharines would have 6 less politicians because there would be no directly or region-only regional councilors. The double-duty councils would be held accountable. We heard about accountability. The double-duty councilor sitting at the region would be accountable twice a month to this council, and the city councilors here would hold those regional councilors accountable at the region. So the main problem this addresses is the vast disconnect between city councils throughout the region and the regional council. I served many years there. I understood the difference and the problem. Often sat at city council at that table back there to hear, and often presented at city council. But there is a link that is needed, and a link that is offered by the Durham model, the Halton model, the York Region model, and the Peel Region model. St. Catharines, with 6 of the 12 councilors, would be held
would have a seat, this phrase, a seat, a vote, and a say at the regional council. And those 6 regional councilors will have a seat and a voice and a vote at city council. So nothing happens at the region that this city council is not fully informed with, because half of your companions here would be sitting there. And you can hold them accountable every week sitting here. This is a significant change and a significant improvement, a chance to modernize Niagara regional government. Include option 3 in any review that the region holds, any review that you look at. There is a significant and operating option that Halton, York, Region, Appeal, and Durham use. And finally, one last comment. If anything, get us an elected regional chair. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Timms. I have Councillor Harris up first, followed by Councillor Lindell and Councillor Townsend.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, we listened to some of the other speakers, and they mentioned about service, better service delivery, less duplication. How would your model help with those things? Like better service, less duplication?
Primarily the communication and collaboration between the city and the region.
Okay.
So that city councilors have more chance when they hear complaints about regional service, they're sitting here. And vice versa, if you're sitting here as a city councilor, you can go to the region and share your concerns with the double duty councilor from Welland, Niagara Falls, from Grimsby, or Lincoln. There would be much more collaboration among the elected representatives than there is now.
Okay. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter, like you were on regional council for a long time and you saw how things work. Did you notice anything that could be improved on in service delivery in your time up there? Or?
Well, I guess the worst or best example, when I heard the budget discussions a couple of years ago, and a councilor at this table said if he had only known what the regional increase would be, he would have done things differently. Now, the mayor knows, but the mayor carries a lot of duties. And this model means half of this council would know exactly what the region's increase would be, and that would be part of the discussion here. Okay. So that primarily, that's the number one improvement. Full knowledge at both levels of what taxes are going to raise and what services need to be dealt with more efficiently.
Okay. I would debate you, but I'm not interested in debating. Just to be clear, you're talking about a governance model. I think most people here are talking about how to get better service. And I don't know if it necessarily is governance or the way services are delivered both at the cities and the region. That's all I'm saying.
Okay,
Thanks.
Councillor, thank you for the debate. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you for your presentation. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. My question would be, if you're saying it's 6 elected city councilors per ward, wouldn't it make sense then to have each of the elected regional double duties per ward as well? Because then they would be directly responsible, still 2 councilors for the ward and for the region, because I don't know many people who could name all 6 of their regional councilors right now.
Well, the model that you have in front of you, the Oshawa, City of Oshawa model, you'll see that they run an election based on 1 city regional councilor per ward and 1 ward councilor per ward. So going into the election, you nominate, or you run for that position, the double duty, or you run for the ward position. And that way, each ward has a regional councilor and a city councilor.
So our 6 regional councilors are full-time councilors. Would that, would that make about $45K a year? So would that mean that 1 regional councilor who does double duty in Meryton, say, would be a $45K as opposed to a $26K councilor?
Well, what we have discussed in the past is that since they're doing both jobs, they get both salaries. So that would make them and make it possible to be a full-time counselor. Whereas 26, or I'm not sure what you get exactly, but it's part-time, unless you're retired and nothing else to do. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Timms, for coming tonight. I always appreciate you sharing ideas and having ongoing conversations to try and make things better, not just here tonight, but even in the ward specific. So I guess my question is, being a regional councillor in the past, you had voted for the regional chair as a council, but what you're saying is vote for the regional chair at large. Do you see, some of the negatives that were involved in electing a regional chair amongst a council versus at large? I mean, I'm sure there are lots of pros and cons, but I'd just like to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, a couple of things. At the region, there's 12 mayors, so that's a voting block of significance. When the council votes for a regional chair, the general public has no idea where or what the candidates' vision for the region is, what their economic approach. You really don't have, and it sort of springs up at the last minute because you can only choose, under the Niagara's rules, you can only choose from someone who was elected to regional council as a councillor. So I think Mayor Goulburn from Welland took a running for regional council for Welland, stating very clearly he was running for regional chair. He didn't get elected even to councillor position in Welland. So I think there is a huge advantage to the public to elect the regional chair across the entire region. And you'll see on the Oshawa example, each city has the regional chair on their ballot. So that a regional chair campaigning has to make clear to the entire region his perspective on the entire region, his vision of the balance between the rural, small town city and casino city. So there's a distinct advantage in that model. So again, if nothing else, let's get an elected regional chair.
Thank you, and I do fully agree with that as well, that it should be elected by the people to be a regional chair, not appointed by friends. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Kushner. All right, Councillor Kushner.
Hi there, I'm unmuted.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I have to Mr. Timms is, who would be able to afford to run for regional chair across the entire region? You'd have to have corporate backing, or you'd have to have political backing. Otherwise, how would you be able to run?
Well, I think you probably want to ask the regional chair of Durham region or the regional chair of Halton region. They have run in 3 elections in Halton, I think, in Durham now, and several elections in Halton. How do you afford to run is you get a lot of people to support you, whether it's a $100 donation or a $50 or a lawn sign. The same as any election anywhere, you have to build a broad public support. That's how you would afford to do it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with your with comparing this stuff here, this is like a first step. So you're kind of to get the governance model under control, because by reducing the counselors, we're not really addressing the fact that the region, the costs at the region are all the directors and the dual services where they have economic development, we have economic development, and these guys are making in excess of $200,000 a year. That's where the real money could be, quote, wasted when we're having duplicate services with many staff members like that. I understand the representation part, but as a cost savings thing, it's very minimal, don't you agree? As a governance thing and maybe moving forward, I think that's where you're assuming that it would be maybe quicker to get stuff accomplished.
Well, I think it would be quicker to get stuff accomplished because city councilors here will be talking to regional councilors and other city councilors across the region and saying, why do we have this duplication? What can we put together? The current model has a wall between the two, like a silo with very few bridges. This double duty model creates a lot more bridges. Thank you. And allows that kind of discussion to happen between at the regional level and at the local level, because you're all local level politicians at the region. So I don't expect that there'd be an immediate sudden cost savings. You might lose, 19 elected officials across the entire region on the first step. But in the longer term, you'll have so much better cooperation and understanding that I think you will find the efficiencies will happen because they'll be driven by local level councilors saying at the regional level. At the regional council, they don't appear at city council very often, and they're not accountable. And we always had the story about think regional, which meant abandon local. Well, the double duty model doesn't allow that. It forces local to collaborate at the region, and region has to look at all the local level issues. So there will be some efficiencies developed, not by the premier, but by the local councilors working at the regional level to develop the collaboration and eliminate the duplications you can all identify because you sit here at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Timms. I have a question. It's not maybe directly related to what you were saying, but it sort of jumped out of the page here at me, and it's sort of an ongoing concern with me, is that I'm seeing City of Oshawa voter turnout is at 18%, and we were around 26, and in some wards even lower. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts or advice on how to get those numbers up. I think that's sort of a huge red flag that's missing from this governance talk, is that, again, and I've said this quite a few times here, I don't think we really have much of a mandate when only 1 in 5 people vote, right? So do you see this as spurring more interest or voter turnout?
Well, it's two things. One is when you're electing the regional chair at large by all voters, specifically this election, I think you'll get a stronger turnout because they're going to be talking about the bigger, broader issues. Most have moved to the region, like your ambulance service, your police services, your waste management services. Those things are dealt with at the regional level. The voter wants to vote for the mayor. They will want to vote for their regional chair. So Oshawa is a good question. The other thing I notice is when there's a real contest for mayor or regional chair, the voter turnout goes up.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Miller. Seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Timms, for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
At this time, I would like to call Ruth Unruh to the lectern, and I would ask Brandon McKenney-Somerville to prepare to speak next. Ms. Unruh, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sisko and members of council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ruth Unruh. I'm a resident of St. Catharines and am engaged in equity and policy advisory work across Niagara, including through Women in Niagara, regional advisory committees, and in an advocacy role with YWCA Niagara. Through this work, I see firsthand how governance and policy decisions shape service coordination and community outcomes. I am not here to argue for one governance model over another. You can start a new column there. I am here to make one clear request. No matter the outcome of this governance review, every structural and policy decision that emerges from it must be evaluated through an intersectional gender-based analysis. And I want to be clear about what that means. It means asking before decisions are finalized, who benefits from this change? Who does it put at risk? Who might it exclude? Does it affect women and men differently? Does it affect low-income residents differently than higher-income residents? Does it create new barriers or remove existing ones for racialized communities, Indigenous residents, people with disabilities, seniors, newcomers, or members of the 2S LGBTQ+ community? If we are not deliberately asking these questions, we are not conducting a complete analysis. But this analysis must also extend beyond individuals. It must examine the impact of the agencies and nonprofit organizations that support our most vulnerable residents. Organizations such as, to name a few, YWCA Niagara, Community Addiction Services of Niagara, CMHA Niagara, REACH Niagara, and YMCA Niagara are just a few examples of agencies delivering housing supports, mental health and addiction services, disability supports, poverty reduction programs, and family services across the entire Niagara region. Beyond these larger agencies, there are also many smaller grassroots organizations serving people in our communities. Together, this interconnected network forms the backbone of our social infrastructure, and it depends on predictable governance structures, coordinated funding relationships, and administrative stability to function effectively. Governance reform will affect not only residents directly, but also the stability and continuity of this broader nonprofit ecosystem. A thorough intersectional gender-based analysis, often referred to as GBA+, must examine those impacts as well. Historically, major structural decisions have not consistently been evaluated through this lens. As a result, policies have sometimes reinforced inequities rather than reduced them, even when that was not the intention. An intersectional gender-based approach does not predetermine the outcome. It strengthens the process. Governance reform will shape Niagara for decades. The structure you choose matters, but the integrity of the decision-making process will determine whether that structure strengthens or destabilizes this region. If a rigorous intersectional analysis is embedded at every stage in funding decisions, service coordination, elected representation models, and transition planning, the outcome will be more resilient and more legitimate. Responsible leadership requires more than efficiency. Without deliberate analysis, structural change reinforces existing inequities. My request is simple. Make intersectional gender-based analysis a mandatory component of this governance review. Not optional, not implied, embedded. Process determines outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Unruh, for your presentation. Are there any questions of the presenter? Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, thank you for bringing this up. It's a very different approach, which I think brought some new light to this discussion. And yes, and just getting maybe a bit more practical, are you aware of any tools for that intersectional gender-based analysis? Like, are there existing evidence-based processes or tools that actually could be applied to this type of discussion? If so, maybe just talk a bit about what would that look like?
Okay, thank you for asking that. Actually, there's the federal government had developed a program called Gender-Based Analysis Plus. It's a program, it's a tool that's used to apply that sort of intersectional gender lens to policy and structure to see, again, who does it exclude, who does it include, who's at risk if we do this. And it's something that you can take online, actually, through the federal government. And it used to be just GBA, gender-based analysis, but they added the plus for the intersectionality. And when I talk about intersectionality, I mean where other equity-seeking groups intersect with, because originally it was male-female, right? But then it's like if I'm a female with a disability that's also a person of color, how does that impact? How are those decisions that are being made if you look at it through that lens, does that include me? Or does it make it harder for me to access, being in my community?
That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Thanks, Ruth. I'm already asked the clerk if we can add GBA plus to anything that we pass here tonight to be included in the consultation. Just for context, I know you've got a lot of experience in the sort of current state of politics when it comes to those equity-seeking groups. Could you maybe give us some insight into what the status quo is in Niagara?
I'm not sure I understand. Sorry.
No, just in terms of including more equity-seeking groups, and specifically women, and specifically people of color and people of diverse sexualities, in terms of being included in governance. What would you say is the current status of that in Niagara?
I would say that there's work to be done in all of Niagara. I think that I could make a case, and I've actually made a case through you, Mr. Mayor, that we could take a look at every policy and put it through that gender-based analysis lens, GBA plus lens, and probably make some changes. And I think our eyes would be open in terms of how many people it might some of the policies might exclude. I mean, I think about an example of snow plowing. Everybody's favorite topic, right? But when you look at, so the roads are plowed, major roads are plowed first. Well, that's great for people who have cars. So right away, we've got an income disparity, right? If you are a single parent, and you have a stroller and you need to walk to a bus and the sidewalks aren't plowed, that's a problem. It's a problem. And, one could make a case for, and they have made a case for and I forget which Nordic country it is. If you plow the sidewalks first, the people that go to emergency are less. So you're saving money in your health care. Like, that's an example. You could look at any policy through a GBA plus lens.
Okay, yeah, and I appreciate that. I like that you are focused on solutions, which I think maybe sometimes is lost in all these government talks, is what are we trying to solve? So thank you for bringing that to the forefront.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Unruh, for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll call upon Brandon McKenney Somerville, and I would ask William McLean to prepare to speak next. Welcome, and the lectern is yours.
Good evening, Council, staffers, residents. Thank you for coming out. I just want to say my name is Brandon McKenney Somerville. I'm a resident of Niagara for 24 years, born and raised here tonight to talk on the hot topic of amalgamation. I wish there was some younger faces out here. I know it seems like young people aren't really taking an interest in politics as much these days, but here I am. So firstly, I would like to point out, one, how hot topic this is. Within the past 2 weeks, this has gone from just kind of like a footnote in a meeting to we've got national outlets reporting on it all the way out west in Alberta. So I'll kind of get to my speech here. I know this amalgamation talk has been around since the early 2000s, but it's very concerning that an unelected official, everybody knows who I'm talking about, went over multiple levels of government to the Premier to avoid public consultation and get this passed as quickly as possible. Not to mention the handling of it, especially some of the comments in council meetings, comments on the press, and the secrecy in the case of closed-door meetings like the one that will occur in Niagara Falls tomorrow. On that note of going everyone's heads, do we really trust Ford and the government to do this in one, an efficient way, and two, a fair and unbiased manner? Doug Ford is currently embroiled in multiple scandals, being forced to turn over his phone records, destroying Ontario landmarks against the wishes of the public to turn land over to developers, and trying to dismantle our education system that would actually negatively impact this region, considering we have a major college and university locally. Maybe we do need to delay the amalgamation talks until either A, we have a more responsible government, or B, Ford decides he would like to play fair with the public. My second point is that this will actually negatively impact relations between local cities. In the other regions that have preferred amalgamation, the area grows too big and projects begin to fall through the cracks. In the case of Hamilton, people that live almost 40 kilometers away in Dundas don't care about the issues facing people in Stony Creek, for example. In places like Ottawa, you pit the rural against the urban areas that have much different needs. Locally, think of it like Niagara-on-Lake versus Welland. One is a tourist city that heavily relies on low-income workers and tourism to survive at the moment, and the other is trying to jumpstart the manufacturing industry while facing a housing crisis from Toronto residents fleeing out-of-control housing costs in the GTA. If we go through dissolving these municipalities, the city I live in, Thorold, would cease to exist. We would just be St. Catharines' greater area. The Thorold mayor is completely against amalgamation. You can actually see he posted his statement today around noon and stated his position in a recent news article. We have completely different issues as it struggles with losing the small town feel, students flooding the local housing market, and landlords buying up massive amounts of properties to rent back to the few people who can actually even afford to live there. I spoke at council back when Doug Ford was trying to pass his anti-renter bill about the housing concerns facing people locally. In this process, I don't think it'll do anything to help that. Wages will remain low relative to housing costs, the homeless crisis will persist, and our job market will continue to be stagnant. But I guess we'll be able to say we're 4 cities instead of 12, whatever good that'll do. I do, however, I gotta give you some kudos. However, I do see some positives that we could accomplish if we looked locally into reducing districts. Maybe we could reduce the number of council members so we could lower the number of government officials, as it seems to be the main concern down here, as spending also seems to be the main concern. The key in having so many municipalities is that in order for things to be accomplished, compromises must be made, and cooperation is at the forefront of decisions that will impact multiple towns. If we turn all our cities into just 4, or even 1, we will just be consolidating power that can impact people in a massive radius into a smaller group. Only 4 mayors will have to compromise instead of 12, but this could lead to decisions that could impact people kilometers away with no thought for others. Small town issues will essentially be lost in the massive number of residents that are now part of another municipality. I do, why the amalgamation motion is being put forward. But I also think there's been 1, a severe lack of public consultation, 2, Ford is not the right person to oversee this, and 3, proper channels of the government must be followed, as our elected officials should have some say in this before going straight to the premier. And yeah, I guess I would advise you to take some concerns, like take these to heart, seriously, talk to the people. I think the young people, especially people my age, like I'm 24, I think we're gonna be the people who are gonna be suffering from this if this goes horribly wrong, because in 20 years, yeah, some people were saying like, oh, like we've got a high population over 60, that's great, but the people who are 60 right now, the people who are gonna be buying houses in 20 years, they're gonna be the people who are gonna be suffering from this. So thank you, council. If you have any questions or anything like that for me, by all means, I open the floor to questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much for coming out. It's great seeing someone at 24 coming out and taking an interest in politics. How would you try and help get more people your age out to help talk about governance, to help improve councils, that kind of thing?
So a key thing I noticed with Thorold especially, we've got a very large youth population, obviously due to the university. But I think a big thing is like just talk to people. I do a pretty good job of, even my friend who drove me here, he kind of didn't even know about the amalgamation thing until the other night. And it's one of those things where just kind of talking to the youth, I don't know, you could talk to Brock University about maybe advertising council meetings. You could talk to people in the community about like maybe advertising elections, things like that. Because I remember somebody mentioned earlier about the election turnout as a former councilor was talking about. I think youth are going to be the key in this, especially because I think as the aging population kind of goes up and the retirement age, like we have a lot of retirees in the community. The young people are gonna kind of have to pick up the slack, unfortunately. But yeah, I honestly just talk to people, advertise things. Maybe, I don't know if there's a way necessarily you can make things interesting, but yeah, just honestly, just advertise. Honestly, that's the main thing, I'd say.
Make it interesting.
Make it interesting. I don't know what that might be, but I don't know, you could have a clown in the crowd or something, I don't know. But absolutely.
Yeah, because notoriously younger people don't come out to vote anymore or aren't interested in politics. So I appreciate you coming out. Thank you.
I am against it, if that's, yeah.
Councillor Harris had his hand up and then he put it down and he said, I think he's against it.
Yeah, one final comment though, I will say is I'm not necessarily against it. I am more concerned with the fact that, like I'm with the former councilman that honestly the regional chair should be elected. I thought it was a little odd that a person who I guess was appointed kind of went over everybody's heads because, you know, also it's unfair to you guys. Like I just find it kind of amazing that nobody spoke to anyone here about this before going straight to Doug Ford and going, hey, can we like turn all of our cities into like one? It's like, come on. So that's just me though.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Council.
Up next is William McLean, and if I could ask Andrew Dodge to prepare to speak next. And the lectern is yours.
Well, I'll top 24. I'm 21. I've lived in the Niagara region all my life. I grew up in Lincoln, and I moved to St. Catharines about 6 years ago. I am currently a Niagara College student enrolled in social service work. So I got a lot to say about the programs that have been run by the government. But I mainly take issue with the fact that a man who was not voted for by anyone in St. Catharines or Lincoln or Welland is making this decision for the Niagara region. I don't understand why that is. And he seems to have ties with the Premier because he's run for the provincial Conservatives under the Premier. And there is no substantial evidence backing his claims that amalgamation will save taxpayers' money or make everything more efficient. When he was asked by Mayor Redekop before Erie, what data he had, he responded with, I've spoken to people, which that's not data. And the Mayor Sisko has also said similar things, just speaking to people, but not actually collecting any important data. Mayor Sisko also, in an interview with CHCH News, implied that, or I don't want to make a statement, but he said St. Catharines, Welland, and Niagara Falls have their books balanced while the regional council does not, and seems to be insinuating that the smaller municipalities are to blame for that. I don't understand why that is, because I don't think they are to blame for that at all. And the fact that there are more municipal politicians than MPPs is true, but they're getting compensated much lower. And the Premier is the one who's talking about this when he's making $289,000 a year. And also, with respect to the city councilors as well, they voted for a 35% pay raise to go into effect, in fairness, after the election. So, in fairness to them. And I did think that a possible solution for if they want public input and they want to see how the public feels about this, is it possible to, with municipal elections coming in October, to put it on the ballot and let voters decide directly as opposed to politicians deciding? Now, I know that contrasts typically with how Canadian democracy works, where it's representative democracy, but this may call for it, and I don't really have anything else to say.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Are there any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you very much for your presentation again. At this time, I'll call upon Andrew Dodge, and if I could ask David Good to prepare to speak next. Mr. Dodge, the lectern is yours.
That's good enough. Thank you, Mayor and councilors, of course. My name is Andrew Dodge. I've been a lifelong resident, 44 years, not quite as young as some of the other speakers. I have a few issues with how the amalgamation is going forward. The first one is it seems like it's being forced through. No one's voting for it. It just kind of came down out of nowhere. I don't find that very democratic. The other issue I have is, if you have a good idea, why not show the data? If it's going to benefit any of you guys, why not show the data? So when it comes to politics, there's usually decisions made, and it's usually due to money, taxpayers, or taxes, whatever, or control. So if you can't show where the money's being saved, then we'll have to assume it's about control. So you can discuss by yourselves what that means to you. I don't want to bias anybody, but show us the data. If you want to have this happen, show us the data. So I'm not going to take too much of your time because a lot of people before me have said the things I wanted to say. But if Bob Gale wants this to happen, show us the data. Show us how it'll save us money, right? Otherwise, it's about control, and that's not good. And I don't want to set a precedent for other decisions being made in the future where it's not voted on or councils don't have a say, and it's just 2 people or 3 people making the decisions. It doesn't set a good precedent. That's all I'm going to say about that. So I'm done. Questions?
Are there any questions of
I'm against
council?
amalgamation. Yes, there are. Yeah.
Councilor Harris already has his data.
Good, cool.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dodge. I will now call upon David Good to speak, and if I could ask Henry Bosch to be prepared to speak next. Mr. Good, the lectern is yours.
Good evening, council, mayor, and spectators, citizens of St. Catharines. I didn't know I was going to get a chance to speak tonight, so I haven't got anything written up. I thought it was just going to be hearing from the mayor, from what I understood this afternoon. So I'll tell you right now, I'm for amalgamation of some kind. I've been a lifelong resident of Niagara for 75 years and about 3 weeks, and I was on Town of Lincoln Council for a few terms back in the late 90s, 2000, and we were talking, or I was talking about cost saving back then and efficiencies and all that kind of thing, and I got shut down. 20 years later, things are changing, but I think there's 2 topics here tonight. I've heard topics about the region, and then I've heard topics about this amalgamation of going to 1 city, 4 cities. So I think there's overlap in my mind. The region was formed in 1970 and by the province, and it, as everyone knows, every city, every municipality in Ontario is a creature of the province. They can shut down St. Catharines right now, or Toronto if they want to. That's why when I was on council, there were certain things that we just couldn't get done because we were a municipality. And the province had said, example real quick, and it just came to me, people were after me, why are they building greenhouses on real good peach land and all this in Vineland and all that in those places? Because according to the province, greenhouses are agriculture. That's just a quick thing of how the province, and I would just tell the people that come to me, I'd say, it's out of my hands. You have to change that, you gotta change the people that run the province. So, I would talk about the region real quick. Region was formed in 1970. I didn't know all the reasons then because I was quite a bit younger, but I have followed it. And I agree too that it runs through all our towns. The region does this, and the municipalities does this other part. And there's so much overlap. The region has grown. I don't know if people have followed it, but since 1970, they have just grown exponentially. And if you look at your tax bills, and I said to people, I don't know about St. Catharines, but in Lincoln, our tax bills, the region was the highest part of your tax bill. And yet, nobody really, even with our regional reps, nobody really bothered about the region. They complained about their taxes, but they didn't go to region. A few of them would come to councils, but they really didn't do anything. But I say, and I feel that for sure, as you look at 2 different things, the region has to be looked at and has to be, they have just grown into like all governments, I'm not in favor of too many governments, actually. Being part of one, and I worked for one after we sold our business, but governments are out of control in spending. They don't really listen to the people that they're represented for. And I think at region, I think locally in our towns, that if things are really going to get changed, that councillors have to be able to strongly express that. And I think it's going to be difficult because I think too many councilors, regional reps, mayors want to hold on to their positions. And I'll just say that I think it's the truth, but I could be wrong for that. So I wish I had known I had to have notes. I really think, and they have talked about the province looking at Niagara region. I think if we don't do something here in the region this time around, it's going to come, the province is going to mandate it, and it's going to be out of our hands. It's coming, folks, and they're going to want it, and they're going to make it happen. Thank you. And yeah, I told you I was for amalgamation.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Councillor Harris does have a question.
I'll ask you another question. I was going to ask you one more question. Yeah, one more question. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the presenter. So can you achieve some of those things without amalgamation, like perhaps reduce council sizes, look at better service delivery, maybe remove like planning from the, like different things? Can you achieve that without amalgamation? So that way you could also preserve your local identity still?
I think maybe partially, but the problem I find with that is that I'm sorry to say it, I was one too, politicians of all levels, municipalities, St. Catharines and region, really have to be able to say, this is what we're going to do. And if you're not doing your job, you're fired, you know? And we fired, I was on council in Lincoln. We fired some people, and I had people come up to me and say, why did you fire that poor guy? He wasn't doing his job. And nobody does that now. And I'm not saying you have to fire everybody, but if you're hired to do an 8-hour job, a 40-hour week, or 37.5-hour week, and you only produce half of that, and the other time you're driving around and in the cemeteries and, you know, driving in the back streets, and you're not, you can't create efficiencies unless council says to the they can't do it. They have to set policies, which then have to be enforced by supervisors and by managers. And what happens is it gets so big, civil service in all levels has gotten so big that nobody really answers to anybody. And they're behind a closed door, and I have to call somebody and say, you know, could you get something done? And then they have to talk. They just slough you off, and if it's so, efficiencies will not happen until people say around the table, are you doing your work? Are you out picking up garbage? Are you cleaning the sewers? Are you mowing, you know, are you doing the work you're supposed to be doing that you're getting paid for? Because all this money goes out, and it causes inflation in cities too, because then you got to hire more people, they're off, and it just goes on and on. I work for 2 levels of government and 3 levels, and they hire more people to back up the people that they have so they can go on courses, so they can have their sick days, they can have their family days. And I'm not saying they have to work 365 days a year, but they have to work. And that counts for everybody. That counts from city managers, that counts for supervisors, lead hands, right down to the guys driving the snowplows. And until you get those people that say, do your job, do the efficiency, like we're not gonna make you slaves, but do your job. And a lot of councils, regional, locally, nobody seems to want to take it by the horns and say, this is what's got to be done, because they're afraid that they're not going to get elected again, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Seeing no other questions, appreciate the presentation. At this time, I'd ask Henry Bosch to come and present, and I would ask Ellen Twigg to be prepared to present next.
Mr. Mayor, I will pass on speaking tonight.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Twigg. So then I would ask Penny Dickinson to be prepared to speak next. Mr. Bosch, the lectern is yours.
Mr. Mayor, councilors, and gallery. I, like the previous person, was not expecting to speak, but when I was able to speak, I thought I might as well. I'd like to just give you a bit of a history lesson. I'm 62 years old. I've lived in St. Catharines my entire life, and I've been through amalgamations. The paramedics, we had 6 services that worked here, that ran the Niagara region, was brought down to 1. We spent pretty close to 1 year trying to figure out how to amalgamate it into 1, which is now Niagara EMS. 1 year. For 25 years, I sat on the St. Catharines Transit Board. And we did spend several months, I'd say probably close to 5-6 months, on the amalgamation. Now, I'll back up to the EMS for 1 second. There had to be a lot of give and take because we were going from 3 different types of services. There was hospital-based, there was ministry-based, there was private, and there was, in amongst all that, there was part-time and casual. Well, when you amalgamate them all into 1, and you want it to be 1 EMS, all your part-time and casual become either full-time or more part-time. That's a cost. And at first, our biggest argument with the region was, how much more is it going to cost? And what they didn't realize is that at that time, 50% was paid by the ministry, 50% was paid by the region. So we had a long chat on money. And where are we going to find this? We're going to make it 1, but we're going to have to find it. Then comes the transit, where we spent several months on this. We did, as a commission, say there's a lot of stuff that probably won't work. We don't see the savings that you're talking about. So can you work with us? And I do remember being in front of council here, making some deputations. And what it was at the time was that when it came down to the final decision, they were using 2018 numbers. And this was in, what, it's been now 4 years, so 2021, 2022. Don can help me on that number. And we had said, you have to use current ones. And they said, well, there was COVID, so the numbers are skewed. Well, let's tell the public the numbers are going to be skewed. When you get it, it's going to now cost you more. And then I went to regional council there in that last meeting last week, and I listened, and I listened attentively. I'm a pretty good listener. And they talked about efficiencies and saving money and maybe bring it down from 13 CAOs and 13 HRs and everything. That's fine. But a lot of people in those positions now get what they call severance. Who's going to pay the severance? Oh, wait, taxpayers. Because it's going to come on the bill somehow. They don't just pull the money out of a pocket and say, well, we're going to amalgamate and we have this extra $2 million where we can just buy everybody off. There are reserve funds, there are funds for some of this, but not to the grandiose thing that they're setting. So now we're wanting to make the region either 1, which to me would be ridiculous, 4, which then takes away everyone's autonomy, their own vision. Like Niagara on the Lake is Niagara on the Lake. And we all know what Niagara Lake is. There's Wainfleet, there's Pelham, Niagara Falls. They all have their identities. And if you mix them all into 1, eventually it gets watered down. And at regional council, they say, well, St. Catharines, we became 1. And we still have Township of Grantham. We have Port Dalhousie, all the wards, Meriton. I won't forget Meriton. Right? But we're still only the city then. They've lost some of their identity because you don't have if your 2 city councilors aren't be able to convince the other 10, you lose out. So what I'm saying is, for the region, for you to become now 1 or 4, I do not see the savings at all. And like I say, you can look at Ottawa, Hamilton. There's a few others, sorry, it's skipping my mind now. there's been no real cost savings.
Mr. Bosch,
So-
I need you to wrap it up.
I will. So on that, I'm just saying no to amalgamation. The way it is, I know we can find ways to save money, and we're going to have to do that. We're going to have to not cut services, but find ways to trim it down. However, we don't need to lose our identities of our 12 municipalities.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation tonight. So I just want to make sure I'm hearing correctly based on time is needed. I guess 12 days is not the appropriate time to be making an uninformed decision on this.
Not something that major, no. Like I said, with EMS, it was almost a year. Transit, we were 5-6 months. I really don't know the exact time frame, but now it wasn't overnight. It wasn't just, oh, by the way, they come in, they make a presentation, we're done.
Thank you.
But there was public consultation through all of those, even through the EMS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bosch. Councillor Miller.
Thank you. Good to see you again, Henry. My question was similar. Having done the transit, I recall that process being longer, but what would a realistic timeline to, the transit services in Niagara, the budgets and the personnel pale in comparison to the 13 municipalities. So is there, if you could compare the transit experience to the hypothetical regional one, how much time would be appropriate to look into this?
Well, my personal opinion here is that the elections of 2026 should take effect. We should study this the way it should be, and potentially, if something needs to be done, it would be 2030.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation. And at this time, I would call Penny Dickinson to present, and I would ask Ada Storen to prepare to present next. Ms. Dickinson, the lectern is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm always nervous of speaking in front of a large group, so the advantage coming last or next to last is a distinct advantage for me here tonight, so thank you. I'm coming at this from a different direction. I know nothing about running a city, a municipality, or a town. I'm pretty passionate about things, and I moved to St. Catharines with a tourism marketing background, and I moved to here 8 years ago now, and the first thing I just love, I'm affiliated or part of one of the most magnificent tourism regions in the country. I got into tourism marketing, and I saw what could happen when economies use tourism to move forward, and the additional funding you can get from provinces when you are looking at tourism programs. And I've been really trying since I got here to get St. Catharines to look at themselves as a tourism destination, because sometimes it's not as expensive going forward. So first and foremost, I am absolutely looking towards amalgamation. I'm excited, I'm passionate. It's one of the most exciting things I've heard, except the possible ferry boat that was going to run between here and Toronto. And when I say that, when I say what would be the saddest thing for me, us, is to walk out of here today and take it off the table. At the very least, we have to keep this on the table, and we have to look at it as a moving forward project for our city, because we need the excitement. We need the positivity. Nobody gets excited about how we did things in the past. But boy, oh boy, when you've got a future plan, you can really get excited about going forward. So I want to talk about what was my experience when I was in tourism marketing about funding and monies coming into communities. And Doug Ford, if he's so keen on moving forward, I hope he's prepared, because what I understand is that in a community, when we're 500,000 people coming to the Ontario provincial table asking for funding on a project, we have a far bigger voice than if we go with 134,700 people from St. Catharines, 23,500 people from here, whatever we got, however it digresses in the city. You're going with your hands out, they're not going to even pay attention to you because they've got bigger fish to fry. But 500,000 keen, wonderful, passionate people living in the most fabulous fabulous tourism destination of Canada, we are going to mean something to Ontario, and Ontario can make money off of us. So as a, where are we going? Amalgamating, to me, is nothing but sense. I think when people talk about their fears, I think the fear of not amalgamating is just as great as the fear towards amalgamating. But there's so much hope in amalgamating. It's not going to be perfect. It's going to be a process. There's going to be, pitfalls. I'm a senior citizen. I came down to live out the last quarter of my life in Niagara, and I see lots of things here that need to be done, especially in St. Catharines. But throughout the region, yes, yes, yes. Let's, in some format, with all the experience and all the intelligence that we have, let's go forward with amalgamation. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dickinson. I have Councillor Townsend, followed by Councillor Miller. Councillor Townsend?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Great energy. Yeah, great energy, and I like this. My question to you is, as a taxpayer and resident, do you believe that you should have a say in this?
What? I'm sorry?
That you should have a say and allow a voice to be said about how you want this to be done? Do you believe that you should have a say in the governance model?
As myself?
Yes.
I think it could get cloudy. Yes, I would like a say, but I don't have enough background, I do not think, to make an experience, truly experience. Mine would come from passion. I love the economies of going forward. That's what I love. And so if you want that kind of energy at your table, I'm your girl. If you're looking for experience, perhaps not. But I'm a quick learner.
Thank you. We can use some more of that energy once in a while.
Yes,
Council.
yes, indeed.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, everybody.
Oh, Ms. Dickinson, we got one more question, actually. Councillor Miller.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm getting a little scared because I'm obviously starting to think like Councillor Townsend. My question was very similar. How do you see the process going from here? Like, you've had your say, which has been great and wonderful. So how do we hear from other residents other than the 25 or 26? Or do you think we should just move forward? Like,
I think at the very least, it is responsible for moving forward 20 years, 25 years. I'm not going to be here, but I don't care. I want the benefit of that momentum now. So you have to put it in motion. Okay. And it has to be a process, and you're going to put the first draft out, and it's going to suck, and you're going to have to do a second draft. You may have to do 25 drafts, but at least we're moving forward. We're not deleting. And so it's always easy to point out the negatives of a situation. But when you look at a big picture, and there's no opportunity in negativity. It's all about growth. It's for our region. It's exciting, and I want to be part of that. I want that energy here. And I work in the. I'm also in the nonprofit business here. I'm a president of an organization here, and I see so much that needs to be done. And I come back again, and tourism can turn us around, certainly in St. Catharines, and every other little community has taken on tourism in their region. I've seen it, and it's getting very exciting, and I love it. Even if you just establish B&Bs, because that's all your infrastructure can afford at the moment. But there's lots of ways to do this with a small budget that can help us together. And together we're more powerful, because Doug Ford, when we go to him and say, we have a project here, Dougie, and it's going to make so much money for Ontario, and it's going to increase tourism to Niagara, and it's going to put us on the map, and Canada's going to be great. And like Mr. Carney says, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. But we have to do that. We have to get to the table with Doug. And he wants us, so let's go get him and ask him, Doug, we're doing what you wanted. We're going to expect a lot of funding help. So that's kind of where you got to go.
Okay.
I'd put Doug on the line for that.
You're putting Doug on the menu. I will say, I do think St. Catharines has been trying to convince people we're a tourist destination for a long time to different impacts, but maybe we need a little more energy too.
Oh, it's so exciting. Yeah. So exciting. Anyway.
All right.
Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dickinson. And our final speaker of the evening, I would ask Ada Storin to come and speak. Ms. Storin, the lectern is yours.
Okay, save the best for the last. No, I think she was really good. Anyway, I'm a senior from St. Catharines. I've lived here my whole life. I'm a West Ender, and I'll never lose that identity. I will always be a West Ender. What I will lose is my family home. I'm living in my parents' home. It's an 80-year-old home. I just can't cut this budget anymore, okay? It's been 25% increase over the last 5 years. My God, my Canada pension hasn't gone up that much. My children have their own homes, but my one daughter is not able to. She lives with me and her kids. So I'm footing the bill. That's the way it is. 126 politicians, are you kidding me? There's 124 in the whole Ontario legislature. Like, come on. $2 million just to pay the mayor's wages. Like, these are numbers I'm getting off of the newspaper. All these coordinated efforts for service hasn't reduced our taxes. Nothing's going down. The last town hall that I was at, I got up and coincidentally I said, hey, whatever happened to that one big Niagara? I was told Mr. Kushner made this wonderful paper on it. Go home and read it. I went home and I read it. The information, the information came from 30 years ago. Did we even have the internet then? Did we have Zoom? We don't have these things. People got to pay all the wages to get to the meeting. We don't have to do that anymore, okay? Communication tool is where it's at today. Where are all these studies? Where are all these studies done that says amalgamation doesn't save money? I don't see them. How can they get this data? Like you said, costs are going up. You can't really evaluate that. Zoom has created this way of communication. We can still have these town halls. Our voices can still be heard. Local goals, etc., they can be discussed at those town halls. We're still going to have that voice. When was the last time you called the local councillor? I think I did once in my whole lifetime. I didn't get any answer back, but that was the big argument I had last night with my sister about the fact that she's called 10 times and nobody gets anything. Nobody calls her back. So this debate that everybody's saying, how come all of a sudden? This has happened since Mike Harris. Mike Harris amalgamated all these other places. Yes, he said he was going to do it and steamroll us all, but we slipped under the rug. We didn't do it. If we had amalgamated back then, I wonder where we would be today, okay? Toronto is alive and thriving. Mayor Hazel, that lady in Mississauga, she ran her city in the same area that we have Niagara, and I don't think she had 5 councillors with her. Everybody's talking about snow removal, so I thought I'd put that in. I don't get my snow removed until the second day after the snow falls, so yeah. And somebody's mentioned something, we'd be all starving if we all acted together. Okay, so we would not be starving if we all acted together. Like the last lady said, we're going to be a large group of people on the world stage. So this West End girl chooses to streamline fiscal responsibility representation where my voice can still be heard. That's what I think we should have. Okay?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Storin. Seeing no questions, thank you very much for your presentation. At this time, can I have a councillor to move the motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Miller. All those in favor of receiving the delegations? And that is approved. Okay, so moving on to the motion portion of the evening. A number of councillors submitted motions to my office and the clerk's office. We've consolidated those motions and we're going to put them on the screen in a moment with the name of the councillor that brought the item forward. I'm going to read through these first of all, and I believe Councillor Lindell and Councillor Dodge have offered to move them on block, but if council decides they want to separate them, they can do that. So I will read them as everybody is reading the screen. The first motion is that from Councillor Dodge that a recording of this meeting and comments submitted as part of this meeting be circulated to the regional chair and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Councillor Harris is asking that Engage STC be used to solicit community feedback about regional governance reform, and then any comments received be circulated to members of City Council, the regional chair, and the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Councillor Lindell has submitted a motion that asks that an additional special council meeting be scheduled in the near future so that residents and community partners who did not speak tonight can have an opportunity to present their views on governance reform, and that public notice of the special council meeting be published 10 days prior to the meeting to reflect the typical notice timelines for a council meeting, and that regional councillors be informed of the date and time of the meeting so that they can hear the interests and thoughts of participants. Councillor Ratzlaff has moved that St. Catharines City Council support Niagara Region Council's resolution from February 26, 2026 to initiate a governance review based on data, a business case with financial analysis, and public consultation, and that St. Catharines City Council support Niagara Regional Council's resolution from February 26, 2026 that no further action be taken toward municipal amalgamation until the comprehensive governance review has been completed. And then Councillor Miller, during the meeting, had also added, and so it's on the screen now in red, that St. Catharines City Council requests that the Region of Niagara consider the direct election of the regional chair as part of the comprehensive governance review, and that St. Catharines City Council requests that the Region of Niagara apply the federal government's gender-based analysis plus to the comprehensive governance review. So again, Councillor Lindell and Councillor Dodge, I believe, are moving all of this in one. Councillors will have the opportunity to speak to the topic of governance reform in general and individual pieces of this. If any councillor wants to separate out a clause to vote on it separately, they can do that. The same rules as would apply in a normal council meeting apply now. Every councillor has 5 minutes. And again, I will use the little bell to ding if you're past 5 minutes and give you a 30-second grace period. I will just take a moment and thank all of the residents who came out and spoke. Everybody stuck very clearly to that, and I do appreciate it. Nobody put me in the uncomfortable position of having to ask them to stop. Everybody was able to manage within the timeline. So I would ask the council do the same. As I said, I have Councillor Lindell moving and Councillor Dodge seconding everything en masse, and I will leave it to council whether they wish to speak to governance in general, any part of this motion, and whether anybody will ask to split the motion. With that, I will go to Councillor Townsend, who is first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think, the big question is how did we get here? Last February 19th, what was that, last week, correspondence was sent by the chair to the mayors at 12 p.m. lunchtime, asking for 12 days notice. At our meeting last Monday at 12:30, I'd asked to have that correspondence pulled for discussion, and I was told that because it was addressed to the mayor's office that it couldn't be pulled. So later that evening, before the meeting, I had put a motion on the floor to at least have it addressed to allow for public input. We're now Monday, and the regional chair is expecting the mayor's office to put forward the mayor's response. On Tuesday of last week, I was fortunate enough to listen to you go on the radio, and I appreciate that you're sharing your opinion. Some of the comments were that your comments were, I have been through the process. I have said the 4-model system makes the most sense. But the concern here is at the end there where it says I came to the conclusion, not we as a council, not us, but most importantly, not the people. And I can appreciate tonight that you did call this meeting, but as a council, I felt it was disrespectful for you to not listen to our voices and take, more importantly, the public's opinion before making an informed decision. So I'm going to ask, going forward that council stay in the loop in these conversations, but more importantly, that the public consultations do get done properly with public input on this so that you can make, as our mayor, an informed decision. And I hope that no letter tomorrow is sent to regional chair. I'm going to be adding to, I believe it'll be, Councillor Lindell's request that under the public consultation pieces, additional council meeting, and that maybe if the clerk can, or if the staff can write this, that further to the mayor's, prior to the mayor sending any formal correspondence to Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Premier, or Regional Chair Gale, that additional public consultations are heard, and that a formal plan from the province be shared with the public so that the public can decide on the model that they want. I've been very open and transparent about my thoughts on this. I don't believe a regional chair, the mayors, councillors should be dictating the governance model. I think it should come from the public. Let them vote on it, let them decide. I'm concerned that the new regional chair has been at these councils and has said he has no idea if there's a cost savings. He has no idea of what the plan would look like. And quite frankly, I do believe it's also disrespectful to expect the mayors to provide input in 12 days. And I hope that you make a statement to the chair, because I don't think the mayors were put in a great space on this. I think there was a lot of expectation that the mayors will make those decisions. It's not up to the mayors, it's up to the people. The people are the people who elect us and put us in these seats. And I hope that, moving forward, that'll change. That people make mistakes, but I do appreciate the fact that you made the decision to at least have a meeting tonight. However, there needs to be more discussion on this. We heard from people tonight, but there needs to be more consultation. And with all due respect, it's not appropriate to make a decision tomorrow, because the decision that comes from the mayor's office has to be an informed decision, not just with council, but most importantly from the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I will just respond, because you made a couple of comments there I should probably respond to. I haven't provided feedback. There was a motion at Regional Council last week that changed the process. I had made the decision about a week ago that I was going to wait at the very least until after this public meeting. But in speaking with Councillor Lindell, who's got the motion asking for an additional meeting, and Councillor Harris, who's asked for the Engage STC, I had made the decision before that I wouldn't be sending through any official feedback in that respect. I also committed at the Regional Council meeting, a number of us did, that any correspondence that we do send, as it has been up to this point, would be publicized in the same way that when the letter came to myself in my office on the Thursday, it was forwarded on to all members of council, as well as our regional councillors who were not included on the original email. I think I've been pretty transparent all the way through. I will say I have provided my personal opinion throughout this process. I will make no apologies for that. I will continue to have a personal opinion, but my personal opinion is informed by the things that my community is telling me. I've had a lot of good conversations over the last week, and the conversations quite clearly will continue. That has been made very clear, and to be frank, no motion of tonight's council would change the fact that that process has already changed. The regional council made a decision last week that they wanted to see a full governance review, and I think most people are actually quite in agreement that a full governance review is necessary. I've been pretty vocal over the last couple of days, and I think we heard it from a lot of folks who may not be in favor of amalgamation, but who spoke this evening. Some level of regional reform is necessary. If you sat through the regional council meeting on Thursday, that was the overriding message that was heard from pretty much everybody. I will note, and only, Councillor, you didn't raise this, but it was raised earlier. A couple people noted that I didn't speak at that meeting. I made a very conscious decision not to speak at that meeting. I was frustrated, along with some of my colleagues, that my regional council, directly elected regional councillors, weren't being asked for their opinion. And the way the rules had originally been set for that meeting, 90 minutes, 5 minutes per speaker, there wouldn't have been enough time for all 30 members of regional council to speak. And so I made the decision as a mayor that I wasn't going to speak. I was going to listen and let my directly elected regional council colleagues speak instead. The rules changed somewhere in the midst of that meeting, unbeknownst to some of us, but I chose not to speak for that reason. A number of other mayors I had been under the impression would be doing the same thing. They changed their minds, but I still felt it was important to hear our regional council colleagues speak. So with that, I will go to Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one addition I'd like to add to Councillor Ratzlaff's first stanza, and that would be, if it's, I don't know if it needs to be friendly or not, but I would like to add after data, quality of democratic representation, because I don't think we are covering that, and that's an important consideration when you're doing a governance review, that people's voices be included in here. So if that's friendly with Councillor Ratzlaff. So it'd be just to add quality of democratic representation after based on data. And then just to the conversation that Councillor Townsend and yourself have had, as head of council, you can have a personal opinion, but the trouble is if you go out in the public sphere and you repeat that publicly, it's assumed that you are reflecting the will of council, which in this case, we don't know that there's a consensus. And it seems like there isn't a consensus at all around supporting the four-city model. So I think we have to be careful with that. I have some prepared notes, which I do from time to time when we're on an important issue, and to me, this is an important issue. During the last municipal election, it was a rare person who mentioned anything to me during my door-to-door visits about the need to reform the structure of local government. Absolutely no one expressed a desire to reconstitute the local tier of government, the one closest to the people, and replace it with a system further removed from the grassroots. So for starters, there is no mandate from the people to get embroiled again in another debate about governance. This is a naked attempt to impose change in an autocratic, top-down fashion, which, as we have seen, people justifiably resent. In fact, it's gratifying to see so many recognize this threat and understand the motives behind it, which have zero to do with empowering, as Doug Ford talks about, the little guy. In fact, it is just the opposite, as the adverse consequences of mergers have shown themselves time and time again to further deprive average folks from having a voice in their community's affairs. As has been pointed out, a regional chairperson has no authority, zero authority to pursue this unilaterally or in collaboration with the three mayors who endorsed Doug Ford in the last provincial election. And I know for a fact the well-respected previous regional chair, the late Jim Bradley, would be deeply disappointed in what's going on here. For at his heart, he was someone who believed in fairness and the furthering of democratic rights. He often requoted Tip O'Neill's line, "All politics is local." Sounds simple, but there's a lot to that statement. All politics is local. He was also a representative who employed an evidence-based approach. This was demonstrated when he read the unbiased, peer-reviewed research articles about mergers by professors such as Brock University's David Siegel and our own, of course, longest-serving counselor in the history of the world, Joseph Kushner, and Professor Andrew Sankton from the University of Western Ontario, who wrote a book a while back called Merger Mania. And Jim did stay up to date on these academic pieces, and he relied on them in his decision-making. The current schemes are devoid of facts to support either model. You cannot make decisions without facts, at least you cannot make good decisions without facts. Wasting time and energy defending against this when we have serious problems to deal with, like structural infrastructure deficits, affordability challenges, and rising property taxes, is not what we were elected to do or is a constructive use of our time. The rationale of Doug Ford and his loyalists to blow up local government hinges on the simplistic talking point regarding the existence of 126 representatives in Niagara. That is their central argument, and for those who value democratic principles, it is a vacuous one to assert. They have made no case in terms of better representation, putting us in a better financial situation, improving efficiency, increasing affordability, improving the quality of life for local residents, and these are, of course, the areas that matter. The smaller towns have expressed concerns about the impact of amalgamating. Well, it goes both ways. As the largest city in Niagara, regionalization has had detrimental effects on us. One relevant illustration of what happened after the St. Catharines YMCA was merged into the YMCA Niagara. All you have to do is drive by 25 YMCA Drive to see that sad prospect. That is a perfect example of what amalgamation has meant to St. Catharines in recent years. It's dangerous to forget our history in terms of the long and difficult journey it took for citizens to earn the democratic franchise, the right to vote. A sneaky way to erode this important privilege is to take away the number of people we have to represent us in local government or any level of government for that matter. A forced amalgamation of this kind will serve to further concentrate more powers in the hands of the wealthy few, only increasing the likelihood of even more corruption and less accountability in municipal government. Eliminating those of us who manage to have a seat at the table without the need to rely on money from developers, corporate interests, or a political party will spell the end of local representatives who are able to vote independently, take principled stands, and not be beholden to vested interests. Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Lindell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to agree with Councillor Townsend's add to my motion. And I'd also like to add that all of these letters being sent out are also sent out to our local MPPs so they can have copies of those, if that's possible.
They'll all be posted publicly, so that's fine.
All right, thank you. Well, this has certainly been an eventful week and a half since Chair Gale sent out letters to the mayors. Amalgamation has always been a contentious topic, and Councillors Williamson, Mako, and Miller know from Port Dalhousie and Merritt amalgamation 64 years ago that it wasn't well received. Amalgamation in recent years promises efficiency and cost savings, but it actually hasn't delivered that. When Niagara school boards amalgamated, there were no cost savings, and representation has become smaller for parents trying to navigate a huge regional school board. School boards have had a lot of their services and bargaining taken away by the provincial government. I don't think anyone wants that to happen to our cities and towns here in Niagara. It's been said, even here tonight, that we have a ridiculous number of municipal councillors in Niagara, 126 for a population region-wide of almost 550,000 people. But this is for 13 separate councils, including the region. 12 of those councils represent smaller populations, with St. Catharines the most. Each council has a typical number of politicians, but hearing this number doesn't mean that all of your tax dollars are going to pay politicians. Niagara councillors are part-time. Every councillor around this horseshoe is part-time. Part-time councillors in Niagara have no pensions, no office, no staff, and no overhead. Councillor Adam Russell of the town of Lincoln recently did a comparison of councillors between Niagara and Hamilton. That is a population of 650,000. They have 15 councillors. Their average salary, they're full-time, over $100,000. They have a yearly office budget, staff, and space for a total cost of $6.1 million a year after amalgamation. These stats don't include the mayor's office and salary, just councillors. I spoke to a woman today who called me about the Merritt Commons and attending a public meeting here next week, and she told me that she was there when Hamilton was amalgamated. Having moved here 5 years ago to retire with her husband, she said it was so much harder getting access to a councillor or to the city departments she needed. Niagara, in comparison, has just over 100,000 less citizens than Hamilton, with 107 municipal councillors, not including the regional chair and mayors. 107 part-time councillors, over 12 municipal councils, who average about $25,000 a year. 19 regional councillors are full-time at $45K a year. No offices, no staff, no mileage, no day-to-day expenditures, and that cost is $3.3 million between all 13 municipalities. There's no visible savings on just getting rid of councillors alone. And the people who have been paying our salaries are going to have less voices around the table. I spent 2 days searching for where there could be cost savings and amalgamation in other cities. And although people think reduction in representation will save them tax money, this rarely results in any budget savings compared to the overall budget. And sometimes you see a tax increase. This issue needs thoughtful, thorough, and informed debate. Transparent to councils and the citizens of Niagara and St. Catharines. There shouldn't be knife-to-the-throat debates, which is what this feels like. This came with no public consultation, no data, no surveys, and no evidence at the last minute, and was expected to be presented to the province in less than a week and a half. This will have a generational impact on all of us and all of our citizens. They have the right to speak about it, learn about it, have the data to support any recommendations that are made, because governance in Niagara is flawed. There does need to be changes. I personally am not a fan of two-tiered governance, but I also represent the voters and taxpayers of my city, and they have asked me to amplify their voices, not speak for them without consultation. This issue does need more time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As the newest member of City Council with less than a year in this role, I want to begin by acknowledging many of my colleagues around the Horseshoe bring years, in some cases decades, of municipal experience to this table, and I respect that deeply. I'm still learning every day, and I do approach discussions like this with humility. I also want to acknowledge it is a privilege to sit in this chair and represent the people of St. Catharines in a leadership role. Leadership is a great responsibility, and listening to a diversity of views and opinions from the community is a key competency of leadership. But sometimes, being newer to a system also offers a different vantage point. I'm hearing directly from residents who may not have followed governance debates for years, but who are very engaged right now. Our job as councillors is to listen, and I must admit, I've been impressed by the quality and depth of the feedback I've been receiving on this topic. We had numerous excellent delegations here tonight. In particular, I've seen a lot of engagement from young people online. Maybe not in person, except for the few brave enough to come here, but online. I never thought I'd see intelligent debate on platforms like TikTok about Niagara's municipal governance, but it is wonderful to see. Future generations will inherit the structural decisions that are made today, so it is crucial they have a meaningful voice in this process. What I've heard primarily are issues related to overlap, duplication of service delivery, and unsustainable tax increases. What concerns people is the lack of communication and the perception that decisions of enormous consequence could be made with less than 2 weeks for meaningful discussion about the details. We've heard loud and clear tonight, this demands transparency, consultation, and deliberate change management. Well, the good news is there are well-established best practices in this area. Clear communication, defined problem statements, public release of evidence, and engagement before conclusions. When engagement is skipped because consensus seems unlikely, the outcome may be legally valid, but socially very fragile, and this can lead to years of resentment, appeals, and public distrust. On the topic of evidence, it is important to acknowledge that multiple governance reports have been completed over the past 25 years. I do appreciate those who are saying, why do we need another report? Yes, this issue has been studied extensively, but if you received a medical opinion 20 years ago and your condition changed, you wouldn't rely solely on that original assessment. You would reassess based on your current condition and today's realities. Those more recent analysis, including the 2019 review authored by special advisors Michael Fenn and Ken Sealing, may be highly relevant. That work was publicly funded and commissioned, yet its findings and recommendations have never been released to local councils or the public. When publicly funded reports are withheld, it further erodes that trust, and transparency must be a starting point. I believe the current structure in Niagara does warrant this type of review. The system was designed many decades ago, and our region has changed significantly, economically, demographically, and operationally. And it's fair to ask whether our current structure still serves us effectively, and make changes based on the findings of that assessment. But St. Catharines deserves to shape its own future, not simply react to changes imposed on us. And if reform is coming, let's ensure it reflects the informed will of our residents and is guided by credible, current evidence. Finally, if anyone would like to help me create a TikTok account, I'm desperately looking for assistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's been some great debate here tonight, and I'm really happy to see that. In saying that, I've served this city for more than 25 years. In all this time, one issue has consistently surfaced: frustration with taxes and the perception that resources are wasted because we operate within a two-tier system, a regional government layered over municipalities. Over the years, we have not served our residents well when we deflect responsibility from one level of government to the other. That tendency only fuels confusion, erodes accountability, and deepens public frustration with the status quo. Residents understandably question duplication. They ask why are there two councils, two administrations, and in some cases overlapping responsibility. It is fair to say people want change. It is fair to say they want efficiency, and it is fair to examine whether our current structure under the Regional Municipality of Niagara is delivering the best value. People are being crushed by our current taxation levels, but wanting change and rushing change are not the same thing. It is not fair to say that we know the correct answer is amalgamation. What I have not seen is the careful, transparent, evidence-based work required to justify a structural transformation of this magnitude. Amalgamation is not a minor administrative adjustment. It's a permanent reordering of local democracy. Once done, it is not easily undone. The process currently being advanced by Regional Chair Bob Gale raises serious concerns. Major governance reform should not be driven by political momentum, closed-door discussions, or top-down direction. It should begin with comprehensive analysis, independent financial modeling, clear service level impact studies, and most importantly, direct public consultation. I have felt offended by the way this issue has been dealt with in this chambers. All of us were put into these chairs by residents who elected us to represent them in a political system. None of us, to my knowledge, campaigned on seeking amalgamation once elected. So I'm bewildered as to how any of us can take a stand on this issue. Residents of St. Catharines did not elect us to follow the loudest voices on social media, nor did they elect us to defer to the most politically powerful person in the room. They elected us to apply judgment, to ask difficult questions, and to ensure decisions of this scale are grounded in evidence and not expediency. We should be asking, where's the detailed cost-benefit analysis? Where's the independent validation of projected savings? How will local representation change? What safeguards are in place to ensure communities like St. Catharines do not lose their voice? Amalgamation affects policing, public works, planning, infrastructural, and local identity. It reshapes accountability. It changes who answers to residents and how. It concentrates power. If we are to consider restructuring Niagara's governance, the process must be democratic, transparent, and rooted in facts, not assumptions. The public deserves clarity, not speed. They deserve consultation, not conclusions. I'm open to examining reform, but I'm not prepared to support a process that is rushed, insufficiently studied, or disconnected from meaningful public engagement. Structural change may or may not be the right path for Niagara, but whatever the path we choose must respect the democratic principles that underpin local government in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dodge. Councillor Miller.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Your Worship. I want to be clear at the outset. I'm not concerned about drawing municipal boundaries tonight, like many of the councillors here and like several of the delegates. I'm concerned about how the conversation's unfolding and whether it's grounded in evidence, transparency, and a democratic mandate. Amalgamation of Niagara's 12 municipalities into 4 or 1 is not a minor administrative tweak. It is a fundamental restructuring of local democracy. That kind of change requires a clear problem statement, compelling evidence that restructuring will solve that problem, and meaningful public consultation. At this point, I see none of those 3 things. So first off, and this is the main issue I've had in this intervening week or so, where we've been talking about amalgamation, is getting to what the problem that amalgamation is going to solve is. If it's cost, again, this has been brought up several times, but decades of research on municipal amalgamations in Ontario have repeatedly shown that promised cost savings rarely materialize. Professor Siegel, formerly of Brock, went so far as to say worldwide amalgamations almost never result in cost savings. Even traditionally conservative voices who would typically support people like Premier Doug Ford, like the Fraser Institute and the National Post, have acknowledged that large-scale amalgamations, specifically in this province, have not delivered the savings that were advertised. That municipalities and voters were told that they were going to save money, and that did not happen, even factoring in inflation. In fact, I heard on the radio the other day on CKTB, someone who was involved in the Ottawa transition who was very in favor of it, and now 20 years later deeply regrets that. So if it's not cost savings that we're trying to solve, is it development speed? That's been brought up quite a bit. But I would respectfully say that this council is not been an impediment to development or to growth. People might not know this about me, but I'm a pretty left-wing person. And in my 8 years here, I've supported a significant amount of private development. I would say I've voted in favor of more private development units over the 8 years than most other people on this council would have or have in a similar time frame. And across Niagara, I just read a story about a 25-hectare development in Thorold South. We see that Welland is projected to grow almost 30,000 people with all the developments they're approving. Developments are moving forward. They're not being held up by local councils, and they're not being held up by the number of councillors on those local councillors. And if there are bottlenecks, we should identify them specifically and address them directly. I think this is more of let's change things and hope that it gets the results we want. Again, I would say the evidence isn't there. Changing governance structures without diagnosing these issues is not sound policy. So second, there's the question of mandate. As we know, the only member of this council elected citywide is the mayor. As one of the presenters pointed out tonight, amalgamation was not part of his campaign. It was not one of the 3 A's, which I do think was a great campaign strategy of affordability, accessibility, and accountability. In my 2 campaigns and many other campaigns I've been involved in, and frankly, in my too many years being involved and concerned about municipal politics in Niagara, it really has not come up very often, and it's never been endorsed by voters. No one has ever made it a central plank of why they would run. And I think why that happens is that voters aren't in favor of it. A 2019 study that the Region commissions, almost 80% of Niagara residents said the current model works. I think that is about the percentage we saw tonight, non-scientific, in terms of who's in favor and who maybe not be. So we can't simply ignore that level of public sentiment. I don't mind having the conversation around governance. I think everyone's on board with that. It's probably an important one to have, but I think to move forward, it must begin with broad, transparent, region-wide consultation, and ultimately should require explicit public approval. The last thing I'll talk about is accountability. Larger, more centralized governments mean fewer elected officials per resident. That means fewer voices, less direct access, and less scrutiny. I worry that amalgamation would reduce local representation and concentrate decision-making power in fewer hands. That may make governance simpler, but simpler does not always mean more democratic, and it certainly does not automatically mean more accountable. If the goal is collaboration, we already have tools for that. Shared services, intermunicipal agreements, coordinated planning. Okay, this process matters, and I think until we can define the problem, present credible evidence that amalgamation is the solution, and secure public buy-in, I cannot support moving directly to amalgamation. Finally, if we are serious about affordability, accessibility, and accountability, then our first obligation is to the people of Niagara, to consult them, to present them with evidence, and to let them decide. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller. Councillor Harris.
Oh, yes. Through you, well, first of all, I'd like to say that I'm going to be supporting this motion, but I have a couple questions. First, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. I guess a lot of the people that came up and spoke, they talked about service delivery and maybe finding efficiencies and providing better service throughout the Niagara region. Maybe could you explain to everyone here what exactly the CAO group, is there a working group, and some of the initiatives you've started to talk about?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. There is a group, the area CAO working group, well, not a working group, it's a group of the CAOs. We meet on a quarterly basis. We're actually meeting on Friday of this week. And we talk about issues of shared service, of issues that are helping to support municipalities that are looking for some type of supports. Specific examples, the discussion on the procurement of salt across the region was procured jointly. There's challenges with that as well, which we saw. So sometimes We have to manage and deal with specific issues, which is fine. We've tried to work through certain things such as building services and consistency across the region. We haven't been able to get consensus in many of those, but we continue to work through it as a group.
I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, would this be a really appropriate time to maybe mention it to the entire group and put some emphasis on working together, that perhaps people are looking for some synergies and ways of delivering service better? Because I heard a lot of people speak, and everybody talks about governance review, and it seems to me that it's more service review and getting better bang for your buck.
So I can confirm through the mayor to the councilor that it is on the agenda for Friday, amongst the CAOs.
Perfect.
And we'll take it from there.
Perfect. And I guess my next question, and I'm not sure if it's the mayor that would answer this or not, what exactly, and I don't know if Chair Gill shared this with you, but what exactly is the goal? Like, what's wrong according to Chair Gill? Gail. Sorry, I said Gill. Gail.
I can't actually answer the question or the motivation. I mean, I would suggest it's in the letter, I guess.
Well, okay, thank you. I guess, because usually when you want change, you kind of have a goal, right? You kind of set a goal and then you figure out how to achieve that goal. So I think this whole thing's flawed, and I'm happy that all the rest of the councillors, we've come up with this motion, but I would really like to know what the goal is. And I don't know who can ask that question, or if he can come back here and actually answer that question, because he came to our council before he did this, so maybe perhaps he can come back and tell us what the goal is, and then we can figure out what to do.
I think that's a question you can ask him. Yep.
So should I ask that we invite him to council?
You can add an amendment if you want him to come to council, or you can ask to send correspondence. It's up to you.
What does everybody want? Correspondence? Okay, correspondence.
So then I think you just need to make
Can I make an amendment to send correspondence to ask what the goal is? What's the purpose? That's it for me.
all right. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. Yeah, a lot of my comments will echo what we've heard. What is the goal is a great question. The 2-page letter that we were sent, it doesn't have costs, it doesn't have any evidence or plan, and so it's really hard to discuss, have a reasonable and responsible discussion about something so general without any details. I think that we do need a costed plan, but we also need an analysis or a discussion of how power will be distributed or redistributed with amalgamation. You know, who will benefit and who's at risk of being left behind. As a downtown city councilor, I have been frustrated with aspects of our 2-tier system. I haven't been shy about talking about that. However, I do think there are tools that we currently have to reform and be continually reforming. What the process that we have been forced into feels more like a sledgehammer, and sledgehammers are used to wreck things. The tools that we do have, though, I think of Niagara Regional or Niagara Transit. It's been brought up tonight. I have a privilege of sitting on that board or on that commission, and I've learned a few things, but I think that's a great example of a way that we can work towards governance reform in a coordinated way that doesn't endanger local voices or local representation. The other thing, though, I learned on that transit commission is that amalgamation comes with costs. It's not free, right? And those costs are felt upfront immediately by taxpayers. If you think that amalgamating will mean that our tax increases go down the next 3 years, I guarantee you that that's not the case, because we'll be paying for things like, and these have been mentioned, but harmonizing wages. The volunteer firefighters in Niagara Lake gets a great deal. We spend a lot more money on firefighters, so I'm wondering, how is that going to work with amalgamation? Other things, though, harmonizing service levels, restructuring departments, severances, staff changes. There's a lot of things that go into amalgamation that make it costly. I feel as though we're being asked to make an expensive bet with public money at a time when residents are struggling to afford groceries. Residents are already facing an affordability crisis, housing, groceries. Many households are stretched thin. And I just don't feel like it's an ideal time to add to new structural costs with no clear evidence of long-term savings, or that it will actually benefit, who it will benefit. We don't have a clear idea of what that looks like. The other part of the conversation I just wanted to comment on is the idea that our current two-tier system is responsible for the costs that we're seeing. I think there's another narrative that I'd like to throw out there that I think is a little bit more accurate, or at least also includes truth. So prior to COVID, there was leadership at the region that I think was problematic. It was well documented in the standard, and our current chair, Chair Gale, was part of that leadership. During that time, taxes were kept artificially low by draining down reserves and delaying infrastructure investments. When COVID hit, these delays grew worse, and necessary investments were pushed even further into the future. We're still dealing with the financial fallout of the cabal and COVID. At the same time, and this has been brought up, regional councillor and by some presenters today, but at the same time, municipalities are being forced by the province to take on growing responsibilities without adequate funding. And like one of the ones that gets me as a downtown councillor is social housing. Ontario is the only province in Ontario or in Canada that's responsible for housing, and it's expensive. I don't believe property taxes were ever designed to carry this level of responsibility, to say nothing of the police budget and what's mandated in that budget. So these structural pressures, they don't disappear under amalgamation. They would remain, and in many cases, the transition and the upfront costs would only make those expenses worse in the short term. We should always be reforming. I think we have some tools. Transit's one example, but there's others of how we can do that now. And until we see, this is one of the biggest changes in Niagara's history, until we see a business case, until we see some type of analysis, it's not clear to me that this is a decision that we can make in 12 days. We have to make sure that we're not trading one set of problems for a bigger or a different, bigger set of problems. And that's why hopefully a governance review will help us see that. And some of these amendments will help give us a better understanding and help us make a better informed decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. I have Councillor McPherson next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My apologies for not being there. I'm in very snowy St. John's, Newfoundland right now, where the snow is actually over my head. Anyway, I want to thank all the presenters tonight and for what they've said and for their thoughts, and a special thank you, I think, to the folks who came with solution-based ideas and comments, and I appreciate that. We have been talking about this, or at least it's been the hot topic of conversation for at least the last 10 days. I'm not even sure how many days it has been. And I think we need, I appreciate the conversations and the comments from my colleagues. I don't know what the solution is. I don't have a choice. I don't have a preference. I just know that the thing that concerns me the most at the moment is the lack of transparency about the potential changes and the speed that it was running at. We've heard references to roundtables and studies, but residents haven't been given the information needed to understand what's being proposed, why it's being proposed, what it would cost, and what it would mean for services and representation. And I want to be clear, it's not just residents who are being asked to weigh in without information. Regional councilors and all the local city and town councilors, we don't have the information either to evaluate the options responsibly. We've heard from residents tonight, and I've had lots of residents calling, emailing, texting comments. And I think the thing that's been really noticeable for me and kind of the theme is that people are really concerned about losing their connection to a local councilor. They're concerned about, who are they going to call when the streets flood, when they need snow plowing, when a local business is struggling, when a family member can't access supports. They also want reassurance. They want clear, plain language reassurance that services provided by both the region and local municipalities will continue and improve and not get disrupted by any sort of transition. And I do want to acknowledge the motion that was passed at Regional Council. To me, the most important takeaway from that motion is that it reinforces something really basic. If we're going to talk about governance reform, it has to be done with evidence, with a clear process, and with meaningful public consultation. And if we want a practical, reasonable way to do that, I think we should be using a clear set of tests, some questions that any major restructuring should have to answer publicly. One, duplication. Are we paying for the same administrative work in more than one place? Two, interdependence. Do results depend on differing organizations coordinating, and is that coordinating failing? Three, scale. Would a larger structure improve service quality, access, fairness, reliability, and cost? Four, complexity. Is the current setup slowing decisions or creating inconsistent standards? Five, user experience. Are residents being bounced around or struggle to navigate services? Six, political feasibility. Is there stable support to carry change through, and can transition risks be managed? And seven is probably the biggest one, is the cost benefit. Do the benefits clearly outweigh the transition costs and the risks? These kind of tests and these kind of questions help us avoid ideology and assumptions. They force clarity. They also help answer what residents are asking us right now. Will local representation be protected? Will services be maintained and improved? And is there actually a credible case for change? Which is something I think none of us know. I'm really happy that this meeting happened tonight because it's exactly what residents want, and I think what we need as councilors and elected officials. We need to hear from people, and we need everyone to know, ourselves included, that this important decision or any important decision around governance should be handled openly, transparently, and with the community involved. Because at the end of the day, no level of government should be rushing this or making decisions, last-minute decisions, or closed-door timelines. If governance is going to change, and I don't know that it is, it has to include the whole community, urban, rural, and especially the people who rely most on public services. That's how we build trust and avoid unintended consequences. And I appreciate all the motions that are being made because I think it really is what what I think everyone is asking for, a commitment to a public, evidence-based, resident-driven process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor McPherson. Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't prepare a speech, so I have a bunch of bullet points that I've written down here. So it's probably a good thing that this was brought up because it has stirred the pot, and like it's happened many, many years. We've had meetings and talk about this, so this has been the most engagement that the public has really take notice of. Can we do it before May 1st when the election's called? No, not a chance. But now we have 3.5 years before 2030 to get a plan in place that makes sense. And hearing from most of the people, amalgamation's not going to work. I mean, most people feel that the region is a waste of money up there, basically, is what you hear all the time. With all the upper managements that are paid with top dollars, I mean, all $200,000 each plus, and so, basically, the cities have been doing well on their own. We have
But every city has like an economic development department, CAOs, assistant CAOs, and so there's 13 of these across the wayside. But at the region level, cities feel, what are we getting? We're not getting value for that money up there. I mean, I was just going through a tax bill, and for 2025, a tax bill of $6,700, $3,540 went to the region. A $2,600 stayed at the city. So over half your tax bill goes to the region, but under that, it's just called general waste and transit, where we're responsible, the city, for general hospital infrastructure and urban services. So, and we're getting less money to do all those services. So, I mean, that's not working. Yeah, so we have until 2030. So we got a good 3.5 years to get a lot of public input from the public to come up with a real plan how this works. If cities desire to reduce councils on their own, that's fine. But like as has been mentioned here before, if we were to get rid of half of our councilors, then they would need to become full-time councilors. If you just doubled their wage, well, there you didn't save any money. We don't have offices. We work out of our homes. So now, you're probably required to have an office, at least one staff member for all 6 of us, and other expenses. So the cost just goes up crazy. The 12 of us part-timers, I do really good. We take phone calls from residents all the time. I get phone calls all the time. I answer the people usually in a timely manner, and they're happy with the results because they don't know how to navigate the city, and nobody knows how to navigate the region at all. I get calls passed down from the region councilors to me to answer questions because they're like, no, that's not us, that's the city. Call Mark. There's a joke there somewhere, right? Yeah. As far as none of the cities can really afford to run a wastewater water treatment plants, but that's also the waste in the water. That should be uploaded back to the province. That's a provincial thing to be running water, clean drinking water. But however, if we go to 12 cities and get rid of the region, we can have commissions that run these different shared services. I sit on the airport commission, and we have 4 staff members, and they're not making $200,000 a year. So, and it's running. So, I mean, we have our workers, and that's a total different bird, but we don't need all these commissioners and whatever we're calling directors now that are making big bucks for what? So that's just one example. The other thing is, to get young people involved that we've talked about, one of our biggest things, it's hard to be an incumbent. We need to, and I don't know if it's the province that does it, we need term limits. Great for the councilors that are sitting here that have been here for multiple terms, great for your service, but I don't know, 30, 40, 60 years, it might be time to move on and let some of these younger people take over. So, a 4-year, we do 4 years, and I believe 3 terms are probably good. If we're working on any kind of big projects, 2 terms, 8 years might not be enough. A 3-year term would be more than enough. You can leave, come back again 4 years later if you feel the need. But that creates career politicians at the municipal level as well, so that's something that we don't really need. Another big thing that's inhibiting some of our development here are our DCs. Not only do we charge them, but the region charges them. So when someone's developing something, they're getting dinged twice at $30,000, $40,000 at a resident level, at our level, and again at the regional level. And what are they getting for that $70,000 at each level of government? Not a whole lot. That's different from everything. So just want to make sure, again, I'm like, things that I don't want to miss anything, but I probably will. Oh, the regional chair. The regional chair is the chair of a board of directors elected from usually, and in the past it's been elected from the sitting councilors. Most boards are done like that. Running it at large, very expensive. You either have to have a lot of friends to donate money to you, or it's going to inhibit the regular guy that wants to become the regional chair. There's no chance in, that he's ever going to get that. It's cost prohibitive. You got to run regional, you're large. Even the prime minister doesn't have to run across the country or anything, he's just in his own party. So in that aspect, that doesn't make sense to me. But what we're doing here is definitely, we need the engagement of the people. We need a big change. If you want to do a quick change right now, let's get rid of all the regional government councilors right now and just have the mayor sit.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Kushner to close the conversation.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first question I would ask is why was Mr. Gill not here? He appeared to be at all the other councils with his recommendation, but we haven't heard the recommendation from him directly.
So, Councillor, you would have to talk to Councillor Gale. However, I believe that he had those, similarly to him coming here to St. Catharines to present to the local council, I think those just happened to be the local councils that he had on his schedule to present to in the same way, and they happened to be after the letter had been released.
Okay, and I share the concern that everybody else has, is that his recommendation is not evidence-based. It's an act of faith. It's almost Trumpian in that he selects two models without telling why, and I find that very disappointing. So the recommendations to have more public input, et cetera, I certainly agree with. And I think all the speakers, all the councillor speakers have expressed my views very well, as have the residents that spoke tonight. But on a philosophical note, I do not believe in shotgun marriages where the parents determine what is best for the son, for the two individuals. And likewise, I don't believe in shotgun amalgamations where somebody from the top determines what is best in terms of an amalgamation. And what I would like to see is a simple model where we encourage the various municipalities to consider mergers. And if two municipalities want to merge, then I would certainly be in favor of that. So I think that type of input is important. If they want to merge, fine. If they don't want to, that's also fine. Yeah, and I did try and give a compliment to our staff when we talked about duplication, et cetera, that they've done several wonderful things. They've looked at duplication, they've looked at shared services, they've looked at shared purchasing, and they are to be commended for that. And lastly, I would finish with a comment that my dad used to make in broken English. Jovi, if you're in business, serve the public. Jovi, if you're elected, serve the public. And I think we started by serving the public very well tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. So we do have a motion on the floor. I take it from the conversation, nobody has asked for it to be split. So we are going to vote on the entirety of the motion at once, unless you want to vote on each clause individually. No. Can we open Councillor Williamson's microphone? No, it's okay, Councillor.
I was going to ask Councillor Kushner if his evidence, his research was out of date, because that assertion was made earlier in the meeting. But I think Councillor Ratzlaff's motion is the key one, and it should move to the top.
So I would argue if we were going to move it maybe below Councillor Dodge's, because Councillor Dodge's is the one that takes all of the conversation.
Okay. Fair enough.
Make sure it goes on.
That's fine.
If council is, Councillor Lindell, this is actually, the entirety of it is your motion. Are you comfortable moving the green portion below the purple portion? Oh, okay.
And this is going to be transmitted tonight or early tomorrow morning, since we've got this deadline?
I'm going to ask staff to go home and get a good night's sleep and do it in the morning, but yes, it will be as soon as possible during business hours, it'll be sent over.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay. Councillor Williamson, can you turn your microphone, your green microphone is on. Could you turn the microphone off? Thank you. Councillor Harris, did you have a question?
Yeah, the idea of Chair Gale correspondence, like what was the goal?
Has that been added at the bottom?
I don't know.
Oh, no, it's there.
Is it where?
About his goals in initiating the governance reform conversation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's there.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, Councillor, there you go. Councillor Stevens?
I think it's in there somewhere. Is it that all this correspondence makes sure that it goes to our city regional councilors as well?
We can take that as
It's in
direction,
there,
yeah.
okay.
Okay. So at this time, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Mako.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Miller.
Yes.
Counselor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
Can I have a counselor to move the reading of the bylaws? Counselor Lindell, Counselor Miller, all in favor? Opposed?
Yes.
Okay, counselors, let's try that again. All in favor? Yes. Opposed?
Yes.
Yes.
And motion to adjourn. Counselor Stevens, Counselor Ratzlaff, all in favor? Opposed?
Yes.
Good night.